Hello? Dad? Is this thing on? What's up, friends? How we doing? It is Sunday. Day number 3 of Dawn of the Hunt. Dawn of the Nerfs, more like, or whatever. And we have finally made it to maps. Took, I think it was like 17 hours to get to maps on this character. And that was after spending 7 hours on our first character, the Ritualist. But we got there eventually. I did a couple hours, like 3 or 4 hours of maps yesterday. We got our first Nexus down, our corrupted Nexus. So now we have a bunch of cleansed maps, if this Atlas wants to load. Oh yeah, look at that. We got the gold foil. We did a map boss in one of those as our last map yesterday, and it was pretty neat. This was a normal map boss, but the zone layout had like the gold foil stuff all over it. It was kind of cool. Some weird, funky looking monsters that kind of looked like they were borrowed from Last Epoch a little bit, but that's okay. We'll go give those Last Epoch monsters a look. Not next week, but the one after that, when they launch their new season. But our biggest thing is that we need to find Expedition, because the thing I want most in this world right now is Recombinators. I heard they were pretty bad, but also I still want to see for myself. So we'll keep looking. I'm not sure how I'll do in Breach right now. Oh, there's an Expedition. Actually, I didn't even see that till just now. Our damage isn't like insane. I'm not particularly survivable. I have 1250 life, and I'm still in a lot of campaign gear. It's not that great. Somehow it's all rare. That needs slamming. Actually, I have some Exalts, so we shall slay. We got more evasion, which is huge. We slammed another res on there. We got thorns. I think that's it. I think we slammed the flat evasion, because I'm pretty sure we already had life on it. We had life, dexterity, and 1 res. So we got the other res, thorns, and the other evasion rating. So that's actually pretty successful. It was missing cold res, wasn't it? That's why I had 2 cold res on there. Or was it missing lightning? Because my lightning's suddenly a lot better than I remember. Either way, that's way better now. We got 20% move speed boots. Hunting bracers level 45, level 55, level 33. Yeah, we need to get these into like the level 60s and stuff. The level 60 plus bases would be real nice right about now. So we're 20 res short of being capped. We still need to slam the rest of this bow, which I guess I have 1 left. We can do that. What are we hoping for? We have all 3 prefixes, so we're hoping for crit damage. I'm sorry, crit damage bonus, crit chance, and attack speed. Any of those 3 is a win. 12% attack speed, I'll take that. Actually huge. Like actually. Quality that, because that's a good flask. Of all the gems we have, and by that I mean of all like 6 gems we use, Wind Dancer is probably the most important because it gains an extra stage when it has... Oh, did they get rid of that? Maybe it doesn't. Last patch it was most important to quality that, because you gain an extra stage, which gives you like a whole extra boost to your evasion rating. This is like another 10% more. So yeah, that would have been insane. But I did not check beforehand, and I have been bamboozled. Anyways, suddenly we're a wee bit stronger than we were before, like when I ended the stream. But we got 2 waystones, 2 tier 2 waystones. I think we give those a shot and see what happens. That has a suffix on it, so we can just guarantee a prefix. Ain't that nice? I think I'm gonna skip the bosses for right now. I kind of want to be a little comfier before we get into that. But Hopefully sustaining won't be too bad. They changed the rules. I've heard you can no longer get lower waystones than the one you're running. So that's one of my biggest pet peeves in both of these games. Has always been being in like a tier 16 or 15 map and getting like a tier 3. Just like, great, that's so useful for me personally where I'm at right now. First monster today is a rare. Nice. I should probably really retire the monkey. He's done good, but he's also like level 9. Yeah, suddenly my mana is draining way faster, and that's because of the attack speed. That's the last depot monster. Another twin bow. We're gonna keep collecting those as much as I can. I really need to get in the habit of adjusting my own loot filter, because I'm gonna want to look for bases like that pretty much always in like high evasion bases. And trying to memorize the names and catch them all in the piles of loot and stuff that does drop occasionally is kind of a pain. So while I'm playing, I'm probably gonna while I'm playing Dawn of the Hunt, I'm probably gonna try and edit stuff a little more regularly. For now, I don't want to bother, but maybe later. We had several ideas for what to do next with my points. I think I'd just gotten that. One plan was escape velocity. Another plan was frazzled for all that shock magnitude. So this turns into what, 15, 30, 45, 75. So it's like 35% shock instead of the 20% by default. But there was other stuff I was looking at after I ended the stream last night. I just don't remember what it was. I was considering like maybe we can go up here and grab this chance to shock stuff, because I don't feel like I'm shocking that often, but that might change as we level or as we get more damage. We can go for those crit chance nodes. I think I was looking at evasion searches last night. I was thinking of pathing out through this way, or at the very least pathing through combat alchemy to blur and then up to cat-like agility. Oh yeah, it was feathered fletching. That was the one. Because we're gonna try and get a project or a quiver with projectile speed on it as the implicit, and then also projectile speed, so you can get like a pretty high amount of projectile speed, all things considered. And then you have the nodes that are like increased effective bonuses from your quiver, and we have like 72% on that, I want to say. 12, 32, 12, 32, so 64%. And we can actually get another 10% arrow speed there if we really want to as well, but that's the whole point. So yeah, if we use the projectile, the arrow speed, I really hope that counts for this projectile speed. Like, arrows, do they count as projectiles? I would assume so. Anyways, so if we take this and we get like 70% projectile speed on a quiver, and then get another 64% on top of that 70%, so let's just say 42, so it's like 112% damage or something ridiculous like that, just for 2 modifiers, but I don't know what. the actual modifiers are on the Quiver. Let's have a look. Projectile speed goes up to 46. And I think the Quiver's implicit goes up to 30. So you can get up to 76% if that is the correct amount. So that's a pretty solid chunk of increased damage from, you know, an implicit and a modifier. Requires several passives to really do that, but you know, I think it's still pretty effective. Oh, hello. That was close. I'm a really big fan of the new respawn system in maps. It feels a lot better. Way less pressure while mapping in general. Even just being able to respawn twice. Is a nice feeling. I heard that if you take these bugs that summon more bugs, the bugs the minion summons are actually enemies. So you can have free ultimate or free unlimited flasks when they just by killing the bugs that they constantly summon. I haven't tried that, so I can't like 100% confirm it, but I trust the person who told me so. So yeah, that's one crazy thing we should be able to do with those. Not that I'm gonna do it. I really wonder how much. I really wonder if I should invest in Leech, and then take the node from Amazon that says elemental damage can trigger Leech. That would probably make my sustain feel a lot better in all this. Maybe more so than the evasion rating. I kind of want to take the evasion rating passive, so that we can just get like a really, really big amount of it. And then take acrobatics again, because acrobatics made this game feel insane last patch. But if I can have like 1 billion attacks per second and sustain mana without even having to use flasks, then that might be more worthwhile. Oh no, it wasn't this bow that got Leech. It was one of the ones I was saving for the Recombinator that had a Leech mod on it. A greater body rune. Plus 40 life point. I didn't even think they would ever drop a greater, honestly. Kind of thought the general idea was going to be to make us 3-to-1 them from lower runes. Pretty much exclusively. Damage leeches life. Ooh. Nice T5 flat fizz. My shrine now. Wait a minute, I just remembered bow attacks fire an additional projectile as a suffix, isn't it? Yeah, sure. So what do we want for our ideal suffixes? Maybe we just abandon the idea of accuracy rating. Maybe we just do like fizz as mana, attack speed or crit bonus, and then bow attacks fire additional arrows. Because more arrows on lightning arrow is like an insane multiplier as far as I read. Just because the like more arrows trigger lightning bolts more often. Or faster, I guess. Uh-oh. That's not good. Really glad that bug didn't breathe on me. That would have been bad. Sustained our waystone. I'm going to clean my inventory out real quick. Wow. That's a bow. That's the start of a bow. This one, not as much. I could maybe like recombinate that later. Not recombine. Fake recombobulate. The other one. Reforge. I wonder if a linen belt would be a nice base for me. At least while we don't have leech. Then again, that reduced charges used is kind of nice for both life and mana flasks. Wait, increase life. Oh no, removed from mana when used. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. What is this base? Volant? Yeah, this is the one we want. It is 20 to 30% plus the 46 or whatever you can get from an explicit mod. That is a large accuracy rating roll. I don't know if you need to have two items of the same base to put in the Recombinator. I would assume you can, or you need to. But it could also just pick randomly from two. Sure. It's finally maxed out. And now we can start saving for the next bow that we're actively slamming when we have Exiles. Yo, we can still overlap them. Nice. I did get a unique tablet yesterday. I thought that was pretty neat. It's like if you corrupt or if you run irradiated maps, then instead of completing the map, it removes the radiation. So you can do them again, basically. Kind of want to leave the breach and the boss until after I do that tower. There's a ritual in that map, or in that tower. So we're going to go Steaming Springs, Abyss, Oasis, and then Mesa. We'll have to do one extra map. Oh no, two extra maps, but that's okay. I should honestly probably be running them with two mods. It's really not that bad. But maybe it would be better to wait until I have a few more tier 2 waystones just in case I run out. Rude. Maybe I shouldn't be putting extra modifiers on these things. Then again, maybe I also shouldn't be walking into melee range on the giant rare rock monster that has big slams on it. That might also be a better idea. So now, not only does having your armor broken remove any physical damage reduction you have from armor, it also now makes you take 20% increased physical damage if you have your armor fully broken. Theretofore, even if you have 0 armor, it's really bad to have your armor broken, whereas it was not before. Do I share my build? I do not have it in Path of Building, so I just kind of worked it out yesterday. I suppose I could throw it together real quick. Shouldn't take too long. Also, I have not updated this since the update. 351, what the hell? I believe I heard that the import feature should be coming soon to Path of Building 2. So we won't have to manually update things, or manually input things, but I don't remember if it was... I don't know if that's out yet. I think the person working on the development, or one of the main people working on the development, said they were still getting it going. But I guess we'll see in about, 10 seconds. Please? Please? Support importing characters. Let's fucking go. Okay, so it'll take even less time than I thought it would. Oh, please hold. Items, weapon set 2. Yeah, looks like it did everything correctly. We're just gonna spec in the things I'm planning on taking. I'm kind of torn between Stalking Panther and Mystic Harvest, but it's fine. I'm not gonna mess with my gear, even though it's like crazy suboptimal. A lot of it's still campaign gear, so don't go off of that. But basically, you want to be stacking accuracy rating, dexterity. We're gonna go projectile speed on the quiver instead of accuracy rating, I think. But we'll go for a bunch of flat accuracy rating instead on the modifiers. And then like, what is it? I was kind of thinking of going, nope, there. But there. And if we can get enough evasion rating, which would require some much better gear than I have, I'd like to take acrobatics, but it's still like unsure if I'll ever get to that point with how the game is balanced right now. We also want all that. And we can probably also take those. This is about as much as I have planned out right now. 0.2 lightning, arrow, Amazon. I don't generally think too much when I come up with builds. Hmm? So Amazon is not a valid ascendancy name. Maybe it's a Pobbin problem. Does Spaceman work? We gotta put these back. Maybe max roll works. Yep. Sorry for the wait, but there you go. I'll put that in the description because now we have it. Just leave that open still. Okay, Steaming Springs. Let's finish this out. Probably should have checked if I'd picked anything up, but I don't think I did. Yeah, I'm kind of going to be torn between 2-point arrow quiver or 2-point quiver and volant quiver. But I think percent increased accuracy rating is like kind of questionable since we have a bunch of it on the tree already. And flat will be more valuable in general. And so we might just get more value out of projectile speed, giving us extra arrow damage. Than we would out of having the percent increased accuracy rating on that implicit. I may try both out before I really decide on one though. Oh, what's that? Damage with crossbows. Another one. Crit bonus. Flat fizz to attacks. Not the worst ever because I'm pretty sure lightning arrow converts. 40% of physical damage to lightning damage. Maybe it's not as good as... Maybe physical damage isn't as good as I thought. I thought that would be a higher percentage. Like 80%. But the beam does 100% to fizz. 100% of fizz to lightning. So it's just the arrow hit that doesn't scale too much off of lightning damage. What about lightning rod? That also converts 100%. Yeah, what's up, Boxy? I got you. Manual, I am the manual bot. That's not so much a planned out build as much as what I'm doing right now. Yeah, de nada. Really wonder if I should put the lightning exposure gem on lightning arrow instead of lightning rod. But I would have to replace one of my damage supports. But then again, I do just use lightning arrow more often. Oh, hello. We learned yesterday that it's really important you kill as many of the monsters on, like the little monsters on the way to the rare, as possible while it's still chasing the rare. Because the more stuff you kill on the way to the rare that's possessed, the more rewarding the final monster is. Did I kill the rare already? Ain't no way, right? It wasn't that, was it? Shit. I was hoping for a little more than that. I felt like we killed a lot of monsters there. Owie. Points aren't allocated? What the hell? Hold up. Import. You might have to import. It looks like you have to import it into POB to actually see the points. The Ascension is Amazon, and we went Critical Strike first, Predatory Instinct second. I'm probably gonna do Mystic Harvest or Stalking Panther third, and then Penetrate fourth for when I have a, ideally a weapon that actually has a real amount of accuracy rating on it. I tried to use Pobbin originally, but Pobbin doesn't recognize Amazon yet. Three rares remain. Taking it. My salvage bench is hungry. Oh yeah. We need to slam my bow still. Cool life per enemy hit or mana per kill. I got one of those. I don't remember which one was on my bow and which one got added, but now we have both. I think it's life per enemy hit I was missing. It's not useless, but not exactly exciting. And there were some much better suffixes we could have got there. Another one. It's tier 5. Kind of want to keep both of those Quivers for the Recombinator. Maybe we may not be able to get anything with 3 mods, but maybe there's a reasonable chance to succeed on a 2 mod item. So if we move damage with bow skills and like crit bonus to attack damage or something onto the same item, that would be nice. But I still have yet to get Recombinators, so I have no idea how that'll actually work yet. We're on our way to our first expedition though, so hopefully we'll have it open after that. Assuming I don't fail miserably. What's this? Lightning res? Rarity. Its base defense is higher than my quality to current helmet. Oh. Well, I guess one thing it might be good to do in cleanse maps is to go around. Like, it might actually be a good idea to full clear cleanse maps in the hopes of finding all those cleanse packs for those sweet, sweet fracturing orbs, which I still have forgotten to price check. If they're like 2 exalted orbs, I'm probably going to be a little sad. I kind of doubt they're that low, though. They are pretty powerful. Check this one more corner and call it good. Good enough. Alva. They are 4-1. Which, I mean, this early on, I guess that's a pretty nice amount of money. It's like way more than alchemies and Valorbs and all that. I was kind of hoping they were a little more, though. Flat 166 to accuracy. I mean, what's on mine? We got 17 life, 20 virus, which I'm over cap on virus. The crit chance is the only thing that's like that much more exciting, but we have accuracy rating, which kind of does the same thing. Damn. What do we hit mana? Why couldn't you be life? I guess I could get away with only losing 10 fire, just by putting the fire in the socket. This would be a pretty solid gain, I think. Desert, if I have desert runes, I do. Just use the small ones for now. What is that gonna do to these numbers? 12.5 to 75. So it's like 87.78. Oh my damn. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. We don't actually have a whole ton of increased crit chance, I don't think. Actually, then again, my base crit is 5%. And somehow we're up at 12, so I guess we do have a good amount, but still losing 20% of it is a little sad. Why else do I lose more accuracy rating? I'm still unsure if this number in this line is something I'm supposed to add to the main hand crit chance, or if this is including my base crit. So like, is my chance to crit actually 50 to 75%, or is it 62 to 87? But at one point I changed only accuracy rating, and it only changed one of the numbers. And I kind of want to do that again just to like double check. So that's only accuracy rating. 12.54. Okay, maybe the better idea is actually to check remove crit chance. So even if you add 12.54 to, oh, I'm sorry, even if the 12.54 is included in those numbers, changing accuracy rating still wouldn't change the top number. Where do I have just crit chance? I guess it's that one. Does that one change it? So the multiplier changes both numbers, but the +1 to base does not, for some reason. I'm not sure why that is.
I rethink the approach.
I'm just gonna not think about it too hard. Someone else will find the answer eventually, and then I'll steal it from them. Gold find. I mean, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. It cuts into our item drops. However, gold is not a bad thing to have. What's the button for the Atlas tree? Control U. What the fuck? Deserts have chance at Varias and ultimatums. Might not be the worst thing ever. I still have yet to find a 3-trial ascendancy thing of any kind yet. Oh, we're starting with this early. Nice. We got through like 2 maps without any fake crashes. That's a lot of grenades. Exile. Ow. Don't you use that flask. Aren't they supposed to get heaviest stun build up when they put their shield up and block 1 billion projectiles? If we're really working off of player mechanics. I could have sworn I killed everything on that side. Why the fuck am I getting spammed? Man was not wearing a single rare. You expect me to believe that? Wait, we have this whole map and we're down to 1 rare? Unfortunate. Yo, what's up, Gaming Destruction? How's it going? We're gaming. I just killed the Rogue Exile, and he dropped me Entirely blues. So I'm a little bummed about that, but we'll survive, I guess. So far today we've done like 2 or 3 maps, and I've already found like a pretty nice bow that I kind of want to slam a couple more times, but it's off to a nice start. It's like had fizz damage, leech, and +3 to all projectile skills. Flat fizz specifically, which I think is kind of the more important. Like having a 120% increased fizz damage is like still good even by itself, but it feels a little sad if you don't have any flat fizz on there too. So I personally kind of like having flat fizz more. T8 fire damage, T7 accuracy rating. It's an interesting item.
Until next time.
Quantity, rarity. We're also working our way to our first tower and our first expedition. Actually, first expedition first, and then we go to our first tower. Then we'll probably path over to our second tower because it's really not that far away, and having 2 sets of upgrades seems like a nice thing. We'll also get our first set of rituals out of that as well. At long last, we finally get to see recombinators. Yo, a chance shard, let's go. %100% chance to pierce an enemy. Does that go higher? No. You know, I actually wonder if going for electrocute would be a good idea. Like maybe we put electrocute on lightning arrow and shock on lightning bolts or lightning rods. That would be a nice way to get both, and then we could maybe use combat frenzy and try and fit in something else that burns charges of some kind. Oh, I guess it would be frenzy charges. I don't know if there's any bow skills that we could just do that with. Might have a look after this map. Because I'm kind of thinking of dropping the monkey. He dies all the time. He's like a 30% uptime at this point because of how low level he is. And I don't know if I can... I don't think I can level up the gem that I made him with. Because the only gem I can cut is Tame Beast. Which means... Because when you tame a beast using the Tame Beast gem, it drops the beast as its own skill gem. At the level that the original Tame Beast gem was. So I don't think I can just like cut a higher level of that specific gem. Also, I kind of want to run around with Magnified Effect, the increased AoE support on Lightning Rods. And just keep Concentrated Effect in another gem somewhere, or in another like ability somewhere. And swap the Concentrated Effect while mapping. So my Lightning Arrow doesn't really clear stuff. It's not really strong enough to clear stuff on its own very effectively, so... But also having small Lightning Rods is kind of annoying. I just wonder how much worse that'll make fighting single targets like rares in general feel. Yeet. Excuse me, so sorry. We made it. Our first expedition. And genuinely, as soon as I feel comfortable in the endgame, like farming mid-tier maps or something, I'm probably... If I build up a little bit of currency, I'm probably going to want to start buying logbooks as soon as possible. So I can get, what's his name? Olra. So we can get the first set of skill points from Expedition. I'm very, very interested in getting one set of skill points in particular for that, because there's a point that says, called Extreme Archaeology, that says you get one bomb, but it's very large. And I prefer that over like trying to stretch the lines and reach the stuff I want all over the place. So let me put down one bomb, make sure I don't have a ripped mod in there, and then smack that button, you know? Break armor, speed on low life, immune fire damage, cannot be leeched. I don't leech anyways. Monster hits are always crits is probably the scarier thing. But we might take it anyway. YOLO and shit.
Protecting nature, not blowing it to bits.
Are you sure about that one?
Nope,
Seems
not at all.
risky.
Sure does.
Ready?
We're gonna have always crits, more speed on low life, immune to fire damage. The leech doesn't matter. Chance to shock. I'm sure it'll be fine. I get 5 respawns. Okay, I'm just gonna run away.
Let's see what shakes loose. Stay
If they don't hit me, it doesn't matter. They one-tapped my gorilla. No! Leave me alone! Stop it! Easy, dude. Well, there's more. They're only scary if they hit me.
Legendary. All to bring them.
Yes, yes.
Hail here.
Yo, he just gives you one?
Oh,
There's a fine line between confidence and being full of yourself.
We leveled up through all that as well. Feathered fletching isn't going to be hugely useful to us right away, but when we get projectile speed on the quiver, it'll be pretty good, I think. We actually got a shitload of currency out of that too. Or the expedition currency, at least. Wait, doesn't Barrage consume frenzy charges? That might be the thing we care about. Plus an additional time per frenzy charge consumed. So we'll get lightning rods out faster if we have frenzy charges. But I kind of need the greater jeweler's orbs to really make that work. But we get shock on one, electrocute on the other. Then combat frenzy to replace the gorilla. And then suddenly we have a way to generate frenzies for barrage. That seems alright to me. I wonder if there are better options out there, though. Other than just trying to use the frenzies on barrage. It's like, that'll pretty much only be useful in clearing, I guess. But then again, we'll kind of only generate frenzy charges regularly while clearing. Because that'll be the most often we electrocute things. Unique antler focus. I think that was the first unique I got. Effigy of Cruelty. Yep, that is. I have like 4 uniques in this entire game so far out of like 400, and I have 2 copies of the same one now. Feels bad, man. Map is done. We're out of here. Where's my recombinator?
hail.
Or does someone else... Oh, there it is. Yes. Recombinator combines two magic or rare items of the same class together, creating a new item with modifiers you selected from each and the base properties from one of the inputs chosen at random. Success chance of the combination is determined based on the modifiers you select. Both of the input items are always consumed even if it fails. Okay, so it is... They do not have to be the same base, but it will pick them random. It will pick one randomly from between them. That is what I wanted to know. Crit chance, accuracy rating, cast speed. I guess cast speed isn't that exciting. With those modifiers, attack speed would have been bonkers. Yeah, heck, get out of here. Question is, do I have the right kind of currency? If we wanted to say combine the accuracy rating here with guess I don't really have a mod I care about on there. Accuracy rating's a prefix, so we'll do like the crit bonus for attacks here and see which one we get and what the chances are. 11 broken circle artifacts. What the chances bet? 44.9. Actually better than I thought. With a T8 mod selected. Interesting. All right.
Found a logbook yet?
No. Oh, actually, I can afford that.
Keep an eye out for logbooks.
Because you get 2 artifacts for 1 sun artifact. Heck it, we try. The goal would be to get it on the accuracy rating base. Rage. Fuck! 0% success rate, guaranteed. Ah, well. But, our first tower, we're gonna have to use this expedition tablet. We got the max roll too, so that's nice. Tower is also next. I don't know if we'll be able to use more than one. But if we can use 3, that would be nice. I suspect you have to do higher tier to get more than 1 though. This is that Recombinator is why we're picking up all of this stuff and keeping it as well, because we're gonna have to go through a lot of failures like that to get something we care about at all, I think. Complete this tower with a waystone that has at least 3 modifiers to unlock this one, so we could get 2. If we regal this. Let's go. 6 modifiers for the 3rd one. So it doesn't matter what the tier is so long as you have the modifiers. That's good to know.
Could do with a drink of water this place. Take this.
One new thing in this update is you're guaranteed to have at least one omen in every ritual shop. It's just a question of, is it one of the good ones or a bad one? I think we can guess what the answer will be most of the time, but there's a chance it'll be a good one.
Now we're talking.
Give me more monsters. I want more rewards. Another life regen mod. Thankfully, it still seems to be killable. Our damage isn't that bad, thankfully. Increased exposure effect. Interesting. I didn't realize that was a type of reward we could get. Forgot they added extra socketables from the wisps. This is going to be a lot of fun. All this room for activities. Got it. One more ritual, then we can finally look at the shop. I've been trying to restrain myself this whole time, because you don't see everything until you finish the third one. But I also don't like looking at them, like, one by one. Just want to look at the whole shop at the same time, you know? Hey, Jimbario. Ascendancy 3. Unless I have leech on, like if I were to do my Ascendancy 3 right now, I would probably take the evasion rating Ascendancy, until I have leech on a weapon or something. If I did have leech on a weapon, then I would probably go for the leech one. I don't know if I'll do that right away, but I'll probably want to try the third ascendancy pretty soon. We don't really have relics for honor resistance or anything like that. Actually, that might have been a good reason to keep our low-level Jinbaria, to get relics. I'm relatively confident going through the Trial of the Sekima. Especially on a ranged character, I just want a little more damage. I'd like to have a very easy time killing things rather than having to struggle to dodge around for a while we spam them down. But what is this? We got 2 omens. Resurgence. And Dextral Alchemy. That is to say max suffixes, but also a regal look. No bases I care about, but are any of them good anyways? 4 to all melee skills and triple elemental. When we see scepters, we need to look for that presence AoE. So I think I'll take the regal and try the out. Yeah, we should be able to afford both. Oh, we got all of them. Question is, when are we getting in an omen tab? Arcane Strongbox. Do not be fooled if you're a Path of Exile 1 player. That is not money. That is wands and shit. Caster weapons. The money strongbox in this game is research. The hell is all that? Oh, it's the blood waves. From the rituals. Just realized we survived getting frozen against a volatile plant monster. That's kind of nice. What is this? 7 does not have an additional skill point for me. Thing is here, we'll just do that before we go clear out the rest, if I even have to go clear out the rest. I suppose rather than the companion, I could also just use the Roa since we are playing a bow character. That's another thing I hadn't thought of, but isn't it like 100? I hope not. Precursor bacon. I guess I got everything. Spent all that? Sure did. Tablet. Tablet. Cheaper deferrals, quantity of items. XP gains kind of nice. Shrines. I'm ambivalent about. 93 to life, 13 to cast speed. So I think in this tower we'll actually use the ritual and the expedition. I think basically doing as many of those kinds of things as possible is just going to be the simplest way for us to actually have a reasonable amount of currency. Oops, I forgot to grab them. Increase number of influence maps by 10%, so that we should get 19 and 19 and 16. It will round down pretty much always. Oops. Ah yeah. We're juicing now. Oh yeah, we got corruption, ritual, expedition, and a boss. Same thing with, was it cleansing? I guess we're gonna try our first breach map. I was kind of dodging away from that because I was nervous, because breach is scary. However, they nerfed breach a third time, and I only remembered that like a map or two ago. It's only scary if we get hit. Before we rush to that next tower, I kind of want to do... I want to do the mechanics until we get extra precursor tablets of the same kind. Hello, let's just YOLO into the breach. We're surviving, we're surviving. Yeah, there was like nobody in there. We got like 3 packs of breach monsters, I think. Sadness. Excuse the hell out of me for wanting to move. Oh shit! We're fine, we're fine. I think those mercenaries are probably the things I'm most afraid of in this map with crit on it, other than the boss. Like those arrows hurt. minion respawn. Died to the leftover magma explosion from the rare we'd already killed. Had to respawn again. One of these days I'll remember to actually take him out. But I'm gonna miss the physical aura. And having someone to body block projectiles for me, even if you can only body block like 2 of them. As nice as the respawn system is, in maps with bosses in them, you need to make sure you do everything else in the map that you want to do before you do the boss. 'Cause if you die after starting the boss, then it just kind of removes everything else in the map other than the boss for when you reattempt.
You there, local.
We're not gonna ghost the boss, are we? That'd be terrible. How many times do I have to tell you I'm not a local? Specifically, I'm an exile. Oh fuck, it's going for the essence, isn't it? Please no. Please no. Don't do it! Oh no, I went for the other one. Thank God. Damn. I didn't realize the other one was directly on top of the essence. Even better because the essence bomb has regen on it. I see.
Check off the dust and let's fight. Find yourself a big one.
Alright, we gotta do this expedition. Other than that, all the rares are dead. 10 chaos res. I don't have any of that to begin with.
You're as good as dead.
Regenerating life is probably like the worst one. But I think our damage is high enough to handle it, but I'm not gonna like risk it regardless.
Try to go as far as you can with the detonation cord. Further! Keep going!
We do mostly lightning damage, but that is gonna reduce some of my damage because lightning arrows hits, not the beams, but the normal ones. The normal hits do 60% of my physical damage as physical before converting the rest to lightning. Kinda want that, but I don't think I can get it without also getting that remnant right there. Oh no, it's right there. Couldn't see it in the spider legs. So we should be good right there.
Placed. Shall we light it up?
Yeah, seems good to me, boss. And when you complete the last thing in a map that has a boss in it, it gives you a checkpoint, which you can then use to teleport to the boss if you've already found the boss room. But I have not walked all the way up there, so I have to walk.
The thrill of the open.
Greater Desert Rune. I don't think there's really a way for us to get that quarterstaff.
Well, well, I'll finish up.
Aye, luck's naught but a fool's comfort.
And this is why we need to be doing Expedition as much as I hate it. Look at all that shit we got for like no effort. Just the effort of sitting there wiggling the damn bomb thing around, trying to find out if I'm gonna blow up something that'll kill me or not. But we have all of our respawns available. It would be really nice if the fire loaded. Yeet. That wasn't so bad now, was it? Stalking bracers are 133 evasion. They are level 65 base, but they also have less stuff than I care about. Although that's 8% Fizz's life. That would give us an excuse to take the leech. The leech node from our ascendancy. But the one I care more about is mana leech. Like having both wouldn't be bad, but mana is like being able to have mana leech would really let us crank our attack speed without worrying about sustaining. I think that would be very nice. %32% crit chance. I might want to hang on to that to recombine it with something.
Suppose travel.
Maybe I should keep those gloves for the sake of recombining as well for their leech. Breach will be better when we can do higher tier stuff, so I'm not going to worry about prioritizing that right away.
These towers, indeed.
I think the other Tweedledee and Tweedledum go there and there. Might move the Recombinator over here. Just because it's the expedition corner. Put it right next to Denny. So that way he can think about Island while he looks at it. Yeah, alright. Where are we going next? I guess we could path over to the tower and like just not run it until I have the tablets that I want. That's going to be back-to-back maps without without any mechanics. Actually, maybe it would be better to do those like that. It's good to do that because then we'll only be using like this map that has mechanics on it, and then we'll get to buff the mechanics if we use the same tablets in there. Yeah, we'll do that. I won't be upset about it either. Rarity. There's no real reason for us to focus on adding suffixes. We have pretty much guaranteed map sustain. So there's no reason for us to go for a waystone drop chance from suffixes. All I care about is prefixes. Which that is starting to sound like a design problem. But one I hope they don't fix by removing the map sustain. Rather, finding something else to reward us with through suffixes. But I think that kind of thing will matter more as we get a higher tier. Early on, it's just free prefixes. Another 7-wave ultimatum. Considering we stack up 1 billion accuracy anyway, evasive is not a real modifier to me. Materialized out of nowhere. I can still reforge that even though it has trash mods on it. Now that I think about it, rather than rushing towers all the time, like already, I should probably be prioritizing corrupted Nexi. The old corrupted Nexuses, because that gets us more Atlas points, gets us higher tier maps, and gets us more stuff more faster, you know? And the tier 1 corrupted Nexus boss did die pretty easily, but I also had 2 shrines, one of them being... Actually I had 3 shrines, one of them being the Glacial Shrine, and just like insta-froze it, and just kind of burst it, like shredded it down. So that was not something I can necessarily count on. It was nice. I'm rich. Dastard armor. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and empty out. I really hate picking up caster things because they always, or like anything one wide, just really messes up the inventory and makes it feel inefficient to leave, but also very difficult to fill up properly.
Find more breed remnants for my research.
Not that excited by that. 3 rares for me. Battle and flames with proximal tangibility. Oof. And the donut of all things. Yikes.
Shake off the dust and let's fight. Find yourself a big un.
There's no real reason for me to finish out killing all those monsters. Any mods we care about? Not high enough tier to care.
Time is not on our side.
So where is... there's corruption there. There's also corruption right over there, but that's like... I guess I can get there from Forge to that corruption. Or we're like 2 maps away from reaching that corruption there. But we also have to deal with the damn hyena. Maybe we just go down here. I'll start worrying about tablets and mechanics a little later. I think pushing through the quest line is probably better right now.
The heat of the forge made manifest. Bring it on.
Alright, this monkey is making me sad. I keep forgetting to mess with him. Or to remove him. The Roa is 60 spirit. So how much does this beast cost? 40, unfortunate. So I would have to drop something else as well. Between Wind Dancer and Herald of Thunder, and I kind of don't want to do that. That costs 100 spirit, so just throwing it in there is kind of not great. This all requires more int than I have any chance of acquiring. Same with those. These will require too much strength. Overwhelming presence might be nice, honestly. What was the second tier? 8. I have a 7 spirit gem, but not an 8. Lowest I got's a 10. Now it still require 83, of which I think I have like 25. Maybe. Maim on hit. I mean, that might be nice as a little bit of crowd control. Well, surely there's better options, right? I am kind of leaning towards Combat Frenzy. What else would we want? Rain of Arrows consumes Frenzy charges. So actually, if it eats a Frenzy charge, it goes from 36 arrows to 90. That's actually crazy. Is there a lightning skill that eats frenzies, though? Homes in on enemies afflicted by lightning elements. Hitting an enemy will charge the arrow, causing it to release a damaging shockwave and split beams towards up to 2 nearby targets. Those beams will repeat this process if they hit an enemy afflicted by a lightning element, consume shock from enemies, but not electrocution. So it doesn't benefit from hitting shocked enemies, which is kind of a bummer. Spiral Volley also eats frenzies. Volley of enchanted arrows. Fire them in a circle as you spin forward, firing directly at targets if possible. Consumes frenzies to cause arrows to deal more damage in chain. Each target can only be hit once. I mean, we genuinely could try Rain of Arrows as just like a I have frenzy charges, so we do it button. But my next question is, how much does a greater jeweler's orb cost? Probably more than I can afford. 21. I might be able to liquidate stuff for that amount. Maybe. Those are still less than an Exile. Regals are 5 to 1 already? 7 to 1 on Vowels. 9 to 1 on Chance Shards. GCPs are like less than 2. Dextral Alchemy is realistically 1 to 1. Now this is the one. Oh, just kidding. I don't think the runes are going to have any shot of being worthwhile. Okay, so we're not quite there yet. So we could put Combat Frenzy on right now, but we're not going to be able to do anything with it really because we just don't shock, freeze, or electrocute. For now, we can just fool around with Trail of Caltrops. It's the new thing, or one of the new things, and we have Spirit, so why not? Whoop. What goes on it? Oh. Precision might be a nice use for that 10 extra, no matter what we end up using. Yeah, we can do that. We can also do maim. Alright, well, at least now we have something that's not our poor gorilla companion getting one-tapped all the time. Having precision is actually kind of massive. It gives us another 2% on our boosted crit through the Amazon Ascendancy. Yo, well, level 16, Jeff. Yeah, we'll do Lightning Arrow first. We always use Lightning Arrow, we only sometimes use Lightning Rod. Though I think Lightning Rod probably is a larger percentage of my damage, like in single target. It's okay, we'll get more skill gems. Not gonna bother putting mods on there so we don't risk getting the damn like ice spikes or chaos bolts or anything like that. Those things are just annoying. We get one monster. I wonder where this is going. It's not going to be very rewarding if we only get to kill 4 monsters, though. I think we actually only got 3 before it goes to the rare. Yeah, oh, he's still alive. Okay. Thought he died and didn't drop a single item. So the question is, how far into this next corruption biome do we have to go? For our Nexus. That's the word. I'll remember the terminology eventually. Deserted. I feel like that's the map I've seen. I just don't remember that being exactly what the name was. It's like, oh yeah, it's Dishar. That's the one. Yeah, that's 2 exalts in this map already. I'm rich. We may actually be able to afford a greater jeweler's orb before hitting level 100. There's hope. Excuse me for leveling up. It's my fault. Is that the 3rd or 4th one today? I still did not check my drivers. I'll do it one of these days, I'm sure. Maybe. If we're lucky. We got feathered fletching, so I think next up is escape velocity, and then we go for frazzled and all that shock effect. But more evasion rating, even more evasion rating, and a little bit of move speed as well. It's kind of nice to have. Now we just need a quiver that has projectile speed on it. Then feathered fletching will really feel worthwhile, I suspect. Hey, yo. This is fine. The monsters don't spawn fast enough for a freeze to matter. Yo, what's up, Zacoby? How's it going? Oh, hell yeah, I appreciate that. Mind doing the same? I don't really do sub for sub type stuff. Don't like this thing. Kind of just sticks to you for an undisclosed period of time and then explodes whenever it feels like it. It's like a volatile that doesn't actually work like a volatile for some reason. So it could just be it's bugged. But it could also just be how they designed it. Who knows at this point? Okay, we already looked at all this. The map just got reset because I had that fake crash. Does respawn at checkpoint work? No, there's no button in the maps anymore. I guess that's only a campaign thing.
Fell spirit.
Rude. This is at least the second time I've died at like just above 10%. It's always a bummer because that's like just after you get to the point where there's a full XP penalty for dying. Hold up, stop it. Stop it! That's chaos damage. That's not pleasant. Oh, and he has proximal tangibility. Fantastic. Leave me alone. Increased charges doesn't really give us enough to get a second use out of that. But I think that's the only one of those I have right now, so I'll just hold on to it anyways. Spike bracers I meant to roll on. Okay. Better than nothing, I guess.
On with the work.
This can go in here. If we wanted to try and combine the physical and the lightning res, I'm sorry, the leech and the lightning res, we would have to have them both rare so I could have 2 suffixes. But actually, if I do this, all melee skills, don't really care about that. Recombinators hiding behind the tree now. Four mods is 5% success chance. That's tier 5, tier 4, tier 2, tier 4. So 15 total tiers. But going from, so it actually doesn't seem like it's affected by the tier of the thing at all. Because the tier 4 brings it to 7, taking off the tier 4 brings it to 7.96. Adding it goes to 5.31. Taking the tier 2 off goes to 7.96, and putting it back on is 5.31. Although the tier 4 suffix is like adding 6 more by taking it off. So maybe Leech is just like a more valuable mod in the Recombinator. But either way, we need ROG currency for that. Ah. So the first thing we combined was a Quiver. And it took Gwennon's currency.
Gambling move.
Right? Broken Circle. And she does weapon stuff. So since ROG does armor stuff, recombining gloves costs ROG stuff. I don't remember what Tujan does. Isn't it like caster weapons? Like she's martial weapons, he's caster weapons. Something like that. I don't know. I don't pay attention to Expedition at all, so I don't remember these things. Life is energy shield is kind of annoying. But not as annoying as it would be for a bleed build. which I am unfortunately not. So I guess we're doing Rust Bowl into Deserted again into Savannah. Which Savannah was actually the layout my first corruption boss was on. I just realized they took away the effect that plays when you kill rares. They used to like explode into that little mass of tentacle ground every time you kill a rare in a map. Because they were like the sources of the corruption in each zone. But it was also very visually like unsettling. Because rares also explode on death all the time, so it was always competing for attention with the default death animation. But now the like spots of tentacle ground are just kind of inherent on corrupted maps. Solid change, solid change. I'm quite happy about that actually. Oh, okay, I got sunlocked. Motherfucker. At least I wasn't at 12% this time. I don't think I'd fully recovered yet. Stun charm might be kind of nice. Yeah, this stuff right here, this used to explode and get placed all over the ground. Or rares used to explode when they died and place that all over the ground. Now it's just kind of there. I should reforge that. Not only do all of the blue crabs have life regen, we've had like 2 or 3 rares with it already as well. Not a fan of how common it is all of a sudden. Still 5 rares left. Another one. Fantastic. that donut is actually not on the ground because the bug is not on the ground. It's kind of difficult to tell where it actually affects. Bro, those fucking things. Is this still the beginning? Yep. Has not been a single checkpoint on any area we've gone to. Thankfully. Bruh. You mean we can't jump that? Motherfucker. Back to 0% XP we go. It's okay, we're getting all of our deaths out of the way before we get to the boss. That's decent, I guess. Not sure how much that shrine helped, or like how much I got carried by that shrine, but all things considered, I think that went pretty well. Now that's a hammer right there. Was it 380 and 420 times 1.1 be 462. But potential for more because of quality. And then also it has more just because of lightning. And also sockets. That might be a pretty good hammer. If that was a higher reduced attribute requirements, it could be even better. Let's just check a 500 Fizz DPS hammer. This is Path of Exile 1 trade. What am I doing? A div. Damn, it really did not hit a single other thing. Oh no, I'm dumb. It's not 500. It was 420 divided by 2, 210. So it's 230. That's what it is. So it'd probably be more like 250. The thing is, this is what, 355? This one adds up to an even number. It's easier. 352. So that's 176 plus 35.2. Okay, so this physical DPS number is including if it's full quality. Looks like. So ours might be a little over 300. And could very easily get higher than that because of runes. So it definitely was not worth the 2 exalted. I got excited when I saw the divine price tag, so I was hoping we could hit something nicer, but I might list it at 5 anyways, just to try and get my stuff back. We'll see. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't sell.
Find more breed remnants for my research.
T7 flat lightning. They all need to be the same rarity? I don't want to regal them. What the hell? Okay, that one was kind of a banger. Those are the ones we'll reforge at the bottom. Just throw that in there for now. This has 20% XP for bosses, rarity of items found in maps. Could be worse, I suppose. Number of rare monsters. Nice. So now we'll do our breach map, deserted, and then savannah. Increased chances to spawn coalesce corruption. More giant slammy monsters for me, I guess.
Bring it on.
Volant Quiver is the one we like really want. Not a great start, not a great end either. No, if all I'm getting is artificer shards, I kind of don't want to pick up 2x4 items. They just eat up inventory space too quick, and it's very annoying to teleport out the inventory manage when I fill up after picking up 4 items.
No rest for the wicked, eh?
I had a feeling one of these was coming. Happened the last time we were in this map too, but I guess that's just confirmation bias. I was really wondering if we would though. But I guess since it keeps happening, even after I took off my MTX, it's not the MTX, which means I can put my MTX back on. I might do that real quick because I miss looking fancy. That. 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 Guillotine. I don't even remember seeing that go off. Portal. We want the Time Lord one. My Froggo and my Exalted Orb. Yeah, we don't need a fancy cursor right now. Good enough. Yeah, I kind of want wings too. I don't even remember where back attachments go. Oh no, we do have a back attachment. It's my cloak. Right, we can't have a cloak and wings. That would just be silly. Oh, it is way... How do you even get that far? What? Okay. I'll do my best, I guess. Didn't quite get the blue. What's that? Sire shards, spell damage, cast speed, all res, lightning, light radius. Spells fire 4 additional projectiles, fire projectiles in a circle even. Interesting. That is a lot of extra projectiles for sure. Oak
This one
Swarm.
well made.
I think that was in before as well. Sire Shards I don't think was in before. Wow, 50% life regen. Sheesh. That is everything. We can finally go do the Nexus now, which we'll just have to go kill all the rares on that map and then
A
fight
home
the
away from home.
corrupted boss that spawns, i.e. the Beyond boss from PoE1. 25% attack speed. What the hell? That is a massive spear. Tier 7 spear. If you could get 60, that would total. If we could get 60 on a piece of evasion body armor, we could get the Roa on top of everything else, but I don't think that's exactly likely to happen. Actually, can body armor even get 60? Hello? They can get 61 on the max roll, max tier, so there are precisely 2 values out of all spirit tiers that'll give you that. This is not it. Surprisingly close though. What's the minimum item level? 78? That's a while. That's a ways away.
Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Alright, let's do this savannah, shall we? I don't know why I put all my maps away. You actually need a minimum of 4 modifiers to do a corrupted Nexus. Shock ground is super annoying. Especially on top of monster damage, but at least it has 4 mods for free. We get 2 revives, which means 3 portals. So if we go in and die, we get to go in and die again, and if we go in and die again, we don't get to... we get to go in one more time, but we don't get to revive again if we die. The 3rd time. It was almost a very early portal out. That was also almost a very early portal out. This place is scary. I don't like it. I think the shocked ground effect is actually terrible. I have no idea where the actual, like, area begins and ends for me to get shocked. I don't think it's that great in PoE1 either, but it's like 50 times better in PoE1 than it is here. Just as far as readability goes. I should probably be a little more careful. Turns out we can shoot through the gap in that house. Owie. This is about where we died because I got 4 of those corruption dudes spawned on top of me and I didn't really react to it at all. I think it was that packer right there I just killed. Oh, oh. Almost died in the same spot to a whole different threat. We're fine, we're fine. Everything's fine here. Also, walking down towards enemies is really difficult. Because that's the direction you can see the least of. Just realized the big dude with the mace, the big corruption dude with the mace that has slammed my life out like 4 times already since reaching maps. His name is Macerating. I was under the impression meant cutting. So why has he got a mace? Spicy. So it turns out that Blood Ball doesn't fall until the person who casts it does like a little hand slam animation. That's the only way to tell when it's gonna actually drop. I think is kind of absurd. But at least there's some way to tell. It's just not a very easy to read one. Uh-oh. That's not good. We lived. I thought I was dead the moment those Beyond dudes showed up. And that's why, like, if there's a bunch of them, it's gonna be really hard to tell who's doing what. I walk over here. I need free damage. One nice thing is if we notice we stun the blood shaper or whatever it's called, we can relax because we know it's not gonna, the blood orb is not gonna fall. Because the dude who cast it can't, like, drop it basically. It's him again. The Eater of Flesh. He doesn't have a name? Like a name? He just has a title? I forget what his name. Oh, Gore. That's what it was. Ow. Stop it! God bless that heavy stun. I almost ate another portal right there.
The cleansing continues.
Yeah, alright, we got our quantity of tablets found in maps. We're gonna go for this side, so we have the Remnants of Power to grab. And then we're gonna go grab Rogue Exiles. And once we have that one, I think we grab Tablet Effect, next set is Tablet Effect, and then one of these. We'll probably just grab the Dexterity one first. I don't think I care about Cataclysm survivors. Nor do I really care about wealthy targets. If anything, we may just want the extra chances at Rogue Exiles. Because they drop a lot of items, which turns into a lot of Regals, or a lot of things to recombine with, or a lot of quality currency, or anything like that. By the way, is Extreme Archaeology still acquirable in 1? Wait, yes it is. Nice. I meant to check. I thought they added the map device, the timekeeper's map device. But I guess. Also, where the hell did I get these? Oh, I remember that one. I guess I can't use the timekeeper's map device in both PoE 1 and PoE 2 at the same time. But I did forget I had this one. About to delete all this fucking grass. This only ever shows one portal, but it's the little boomstone shaped things light up for how many portals do you have left. Thing is, I kind of want it pointing towards like my stash so I can just walk into it, but then I won't be able to see how many attempts I have. Maybe we just move these two over here. Then again, that's like 10 miles away. Good enough.
The spacesuit? Of course.
Yeah, look at all those crystals and stuff. That's kind of sick, actually. I really do like this map thing. The whole, like, when you get many hours deep into the same league and you have like a really large area of the map uncovered, it's kind of annoying. But actually, like, going places and seeing stuff is kind of cool. What is that? Sump? Anyways, my friends, it has been 3 hours since I stood up, which is not exactly the most healthy thing. So, I'm going to go ahead and fix that by standing up. But I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are new, not already, make sure you smack the subscribe button if you're and the like button if you're watching on Twitch. I'm sorry. Smack the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. You're allowed to click the subscribe button if you're watching on Twitch too. I'm not upset about that, but that's a separate issue. For now, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Yeet. Alright, friends. We're back. What's going on? Two seconds and we'll be good to go. So we just got our second set of map points from clearing the old corrupted Nexuses. So I guess our next best thing to do would be move towards that one. Or that one. But I can't see where the Nexus is from here, whereas I believe that is the Nexus right there. So we can get there in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maps, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maps. I guess we go the non-corrupted way, and then that gives us more, cleansed areas for fracturing orbs, I guess. But first, the Savannah boss, which is usually quite the menace, unfortunately. Deferring favors at ritual altars and areas costs 8,178% increased tribute. Is there a positive to that? That must have been from the tablet. That seems slightly incorrect. I wonder if that's actually true, though. Did it actually multiply by that, or is that like... I think it was supposed to be like minus 8% or something like that, or minus 3%. This was like 3% reduced, but somehow we got plus 8,178. Weird. Slightly weird. He is all about breach stuff, and honestly, I finally respect Kitsui for that. I have a couple tier 3s, we'll go ahead and use them. Quantity, rarity, good enough for me. Yeah, look at that. We got all our portals.
The hunt is on.
Am I still not capped? I'm still quite undercapped, actually. We're gonna need to fix that before too much longer. Oh.
Not of my time.
Yeah, we're not gonna worry about that wisdom. Ahoy! Yo, Widow Hail. I think she had guard or something. I guess she has an instant flask as well. Yes, dodge roll into those. Where's my Widowhail, dude? I thought they were supposed to be guaranteed to drop the uniques they're wearing. I got a great hammer instead. What the hell? It's actually all strength shit. Mace, armor, armor belt, strength amulet, heavy plate, gladiatorial helm, bulwark greaves. Yep. I've been scammed, dude. She wasn't wearing that shit at all. Yep, 20% rarity. Sheesh. Well, here I was thinking I was gonna get something nice. I wonder if it was the wisp that messed with the loot. Ah, well, we'll get more. Not gonna lie, I'm still kind of bummed about that Widowhail. I don't think I would even use Widowhail, but just would have been nice to have. We could have corrupted it and had a nice little gamble for ourselves, you know? At that point, it probably would have been faster to walk. But oh well.
Take this.
We can recombinate that. Not recombinate, reforge even. 3 to 1 it. That ring I'll hold on to. That amulet doesn't really have anything crazy, but I kind of just want to hold on to it because jewelry is rare. $65 gloves, that would be nice. So we're just gonna alch it. 3% more cold res, 24 less life, but at least it has more evasion on it. Mana per enemy killed is alright. The one bummer is losing accuracy rating, which I could try and slam on there, but I'm also trying to save my money for a jeweler's orb. The greater variety, so I can have electrocute. And then we can maybe, possibly enjoy combat frenzy. And then we can benefit from the extra effect on barrage for consuming frenzies. And we can also have a little bit of crowd control, so that's kind of one thing this is missing right now. Electrocute does take a while to build up, but I think it may at least do something for us. Especially against rares or rogue exiles or anything like that. This may actually be the biggest savannah map I've ever seen. I also forgot there was a boss here. We've been in here so long, I forgot about it. If only that just let you go to the boss. God bless evasion rating. That, dialogue box was a fucking jump scare. But yeah, getting one attempt on this boss in previous updates was always a massive pain in the ass. Because of bullshit like that. Man, I'm gonna go back to 0% XP on this if I'm not careful. But I also really, like, I thought he would kill me at that distance, pretty much no matter what. But I also really didn't want to go down there and get shot at by the archers. Only cost 20% of my XP. But that man's always a nuisance. We lost 2 charges.
I'll be here, waiting.
Oh. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. Not my favorite way to continue that. Yeah, those are kind of low rolls anyways. Probably not going to worry about improving that very much. Frozen Falls is a place I don't recognize. Let's find out what's in there. Hopefully I don't die to cold damage because it's my worst res and it's getting reduced even further. Close enough. Welcome back, Cold River. Oh, it's gold damage. Oh shit. This is we found 3 packs and 3 rares. If the whole map is rares, that actually probably wouldn't be too bad. Oops. That's 2 wisps. Bro, can we stop this, please? Like, it beats crashing, that's for sure, but damn, it's annoying. I don't even know if I got stun locked or something invisible hit me or fucking what. I cannot. Thing is, if I open a portal right now, I'll probably still be stuck here. Please be back in the hideout. Oh, thank God. I forgot I had a movement skill. Yo, he got hunted by both. I didn't even know they could get multiple. I thought it was gonna go to a different rare. Shit. I mean, it's nice that we're still killing him. He just didn't drop a whole lot because the wisps didn't go anywhere. Well, I guess now we know. I'm also really surprised we were able to kill him when not only was he double wisp, one of them was Ox, and he also had life regen. And he was just a big dude on top of all that. Oh, part of the reason we have so many dim rares is probably because of that 31% increased number of rare monsters. I thought it was a feature of this zone, which it may be part of it that there's more rare mobs than usual here, but it may also just be that mod. Rude. I genuinely have no idea how I'm sustaining through all of these beams and shit that we're eating. Maybe it's the life on hit. We have like 3 life on hit on my bow or something like that. That might honestly be what's making the difference. I feel like I've not been having to use my flask hardly at all compared to how much stuff we've just been like base tanking basically. Yo, haste orb does exist. That might be something worth running a companion for if we find a beast with haste on it. Kinda like this layout. Rare counters aside, it's just a nice, it's like reasonably open, but not like the entire map is aggroing you at the same time, kind of open. The only time I got overwhelmed was because of the second wisp that I went ahead and walked into, so it was my own fault. Not a bad place. I think we're only like, what, 3 or 4 more maps away from our next Nexus?
On with the work.
Reduced extra damage from critical hits. We can probably do that just fine, but it seems like a massive pain in the ass. Elemental resistance is a similar thing, but it's less targeted than reduced crit damage, so it feels a little less upsetting to run, you know? But we do have Ritual and... Oh, it's Delirium, not Expedition. Man, I don't want to run Delirium. Rust Bowl boss again. He was actually really easy. Turns out, we're getting scammed here because... we actually have to do not only Rust Bowl, but also Augury to get... Whoa, wait a minute. There's a boss in Augury. Hmm? That's new and exciting. I wonder who it is. But yeah, to reach the Nexus, we have to do not only Rust Bowl, but also Augury. So I may have been better off going the other way. And I didn't realize it. Oh well, too late now. Yo, actually, after this map, we're going to change my portal to the frog, because I bet it's going to be really funny to see the frog sitting in the map device like that. Just a big old frog
Another day
sitting on a little pedestal. Oh, this is the Fire Witch. The Azak one.
You can't trick me.
You can't fool me, video game. Yeah, things are still dying alright. Granted, I probably shouldn't do the ritual inside of the Delirium with all this extra res, but you know, at least fight the monsters here until it runs out. I'm not really interested in pushing it for this. Hello? These guys again? Fuck off! Leave me alone! Ew, splinters. I forgot those drop at low tiers now. It used to be you had to be doing like tier 12 or 14 or maybe all the way up to 15 to start getting them. So not only did they hardly ever drop, they just took forever before you could even start getting them. Lower your res. We just did a map with minus 15 res through the entire time, and we were mostly fine. Not entirely fine, but mostly fine. So we have temporary res reduction. It's not the end of the world here. We finally get to see if the deferral thing was the number for deferral on the map is real or for show. But if the Atlas is correct, then it takes 8,178% extra favor to defer the stuff from my ritual hollow. Lightning resistant, and he has another plus 30 lightning. Oh, plus 30 all res. Beard head. Is that devouring diadem? Sure is. Hello. really like to stop running into these Sun Priest dudes. They've been kind of all over the place today. %, evasion. It's tier 2. Not exactly exciting. I could reforge them, but it's also kind of annoying to do that. Also, we're already down to under 200 monsters remaining, that is. Step rum stuck. Step rum stuck. That's not good. Where the hell did all my flasks go? I didn't think I drank that much. Unless it was from when I was panicking. On the plus side, we're getting a shitload of favor. I need to refill my flasks before going in that ritual. Turns out I thought the smoke from what do you want? Oh, Delirium. I thought that smoke from the ritual encounter was like the longer you stand in it, the more intense the effect gets, up to like 15%. And then you could get out of it. And then if you get back into it, it does that again. But last time I was in there, it was like immediately minus 30. Just twice as strong as elemental weakness normally is. It's kind of excessive. Turns out they also enhance monster resistance. But I guess I skimmed over that that description. And I guess I hallucinated the part that said it gradually reduces your resistances. It just does. Thought that was it for me. Need to get rid of that man. He is throwing a little too much chaos damage. We're still spawning stuff? Damn. I killed way too much in these circles. What the hell? This again. Another Sun Priest down. Dear fuck. 2,000 favor, and we're gonna have nothing to spend it on. Hey, yo, Widow Hail. We actually got it this time. Deferral cost is neither 3% cheaper than usual, nor 8,000% more expensive. It seems to be like they are. Their deferral cost is 3% of what it usually is. 187. I think we are just gonna take that. Textural alchemy again. We want the other alchemy one where it puts them all on prefixes. Or puts 3 on prefixes. Because then we can use an alchemy on a map very, very safely. If only those boots had move speed. They got mana instead. There's a lot of evasion though. In Exile, it's 720. Ooh. Omens of Corruption are very good. Yo, 97% fizz damage on the Chaos Bow. Sick. But yeah, definitely taking that. Can I defer this for like 20 gold? Or 20, yeah, favor. Neato bandito. Where the hell is the boss? There's no boss here. I don't know why I thought I had one. Maybe because I was thinking of augury, which we have to do in like 2 more maps. Kind of glad there's no boss here though. Trying to do this boss with elemental. Owie. Trying to do that boss with elemental res sounds like an unfun time. Lightning resistant regens life. Temporal bubble. We finally found the combo that I can't kill. After all the lightning resist, or after all the regen life monsters we found today, finally one that gives us trouble. Turns out somehow we still are able to kill it though. So I guess I don't need to be too afraid of life regen, it's just kind of annoying. But 30% monster elemental res plus the rare lightning res mod. On top of life regen and an attack speed slow, or an action speed slow. Somehow it still worked out. Though I guess part of that is due to the reduced potency of slowing, or reduced slowing potency of debuffs on you. We have like, I don't know, like 30 or 40% of that, I want to say. So temporal bubble doesn't actually do as much as usual. It's like quite a bit less of a threat. Same with like chill and hinder and all that. We did that. One thing that I noticed is they kept, or that they did add the thing that makes the icons of extra content remain on the map no matter how far away it is once you found it. But also once you finish the thing, it doesn't go away. So the icon for Delirium is still there even though the encounter is done. Which isn't really a big deal, it's just a thing. Portals, Brago. Now, we're not going to bother qualitying that because it doesn't actually matter that much, but we will put sockets and we will immediately vow that into exactly nothing. But Tier 4% increased fizz. I have no intention of doing a quarterstaff character. However, you never really know, do you? So it's probably a good idea to keep that.
Until next time.
What is the price of Omens of Corruption right now? Those are generally quite pricey. But not yet. Not enough people are corrupting things, so they're not in high demand yet. We'll put that right next to the Stellar Amulet for things that will probably get expensive later. Still only halfway to a Greater Jeweler's Orb, unfortunately. I have a tier 4 somehow. That was probably from the last boss we did. Honestly, if that tower connects to the Nexus, it might be better for us to do the tower rather than Augury. Life as energy shield is incredibly unpleasant. But so is 2 additional projectiles. Can we just get a prefix first? Nope. It's 3 in a row of instant suffix. Oh, it's I couldn't remember which map it was and which boss it was. Rust Bowl is fine. His only projectile attack is like already 12 projectiles, so 2 extra. Yeah, he's like eating the little blood globule. It's kind of perfect. He kind of clips with it a little bit, but we'll forgive him. We're not gonna body shame the frog or nothing. He is perfect the way he is. Okay, we're just doing this every other map. That's fine. It's like just a long enough pause to be annoying, but not long enough to do anything. Like, I've tried to take a drink break every single time that it's happened. And half the time I end up getting smacked because of it. Or almost getting smacked. Eh. At the very least, it's happening early in the map, so like the entire area of the like overlay map that I've uncovered is not getting reset with like too much information on it. Not losing too much on it. That's not who I'm trying to target at all. There we go. Took like 3 attempts to get the damn mark in the right spot. I guess if we really wanted to rush through, we could just go directly to the boss. And it would... I assume it would delete all of the rares and stuff on the map, but that kind of feels wasteful. But then again, if we're in a hurry, maybe that's the way. But like, what are we wasting? A waystone? If there was other mechanics that we really cared about, we could just run around to get those, but actually that was the last rare. So never mind. Maybe next boss map we try, we just... If there's nothing, no content we care to do, we'll just run straight to the boss and see if it finishes the map when we kill him, even if we don't go after all the rares. They all have proximal tangibility. What the hell?
No telling what this has seen.
Fizz damage accuracy rating. So that's 2 fizz damage mods, most likely. With elemental 2 attacks. 20 crit bonus though. It's only tier 3, but maybe... I might hold on to that for recombinating just to see if we can combine it with like a twin bow that we like and hope that we hit the right base.
I like it here. It's quiet like.
That'll go in the Recombinator fodder tab.
Dying is not on our side.
Thankfully that map actually went pretty quick. We have got the movement speed there. Just under 6k evasion rating. Not exactly an exciting amount. Because that's also with Wind Dancer. Still have quite a bit to go before we actually have like a respectable amount. Yo, we finally got a prefix. So it turns out the tower doesn't even connect directly to the Nexus. So we may as well just go try the augury boss then.
The spirit's in all of us. It needs no such temple. Bring it on.
Trying to think of who this boss would be. Ayo, it's not the levers anymore. Let's go. You just touch the thing. Actually huge. Now tell me it opens the door immediately. It could be that tower boss. It does not open the door immediately. It doesn't even do the lightning thing. About the little power line. Now we... I was gonna go clear that room, but I don't think I care that much. Pretty sure there's no rares in there. Now there's a helmet I can get behind. Slightly less accurate. It's actually same tier on the accuracy rating. One higher on the lightning res though. Maybe it regals, or yeah, it regals and Exile slams into a slightly better helmet. I think if that second gargoyle swing had not missed, I would have died. Another crit resistant. First gold amulet I've seen. Olburn's Bastion is reduced ailment duration, life regen per second, flat life regen per second, stun recovery, armor evasion. And they can go all the way up to 50% reduced duration, which is actually kind of insane. Because there's like right here-ish, you know? There's a wheel around here somewhere that's really nice with that. Oh no, maybe it's up here. There's 10% reduced duration there. But I could have sworn there was one that's like separate branches for each type of ailment. Maybe this one. Here it is. So you can get 25% there as well. I thought there was another way to get 25% extra reduction, so you can just put the duration to 0 so you're invulnerable to them. But you'd have to give up your boot spot. And I don't think those boots had move speed on them, which is always a real pain. Especially with how a lot of the endgame stuff is just, or the endgame bosses are just move speed checks. I'm sure there's like probably a modifier on some kind of jewel that also reduces ailment duration, so that might be the other way to get it. But if I could find a way to get shock invulnerability, there's a support gem that's like way more magnitude of shock, but reflect all shocks onto yourself. Might be kind of nice to be able to use that and not have to pay for the penalties. Alright, for science, we're going to skip this last rare. It's kind of hard to speedrun Augury because you have to go all the way around, but we'll skip the last rare and see if, like, if we manage... Okay. If we manage to kill the boss in one go without dying, will I still have to come back and kill this rare, or will the map just end? That's what I want to know. But I'm not feeling super confident after what just happened. We'll see, we'll see. It's Chimera. Wait a minute. He has slightly different attacks, it looks like. Okay, that was a 5,000% cooler Chimera fight than the actual Chimera. That one didn't push out a single time. Incredible. But yes, I do still have to go kill the rare. So it's kind of like dying is the penalty for dying if you haven't finished the map already is you lose the rest of the map. So if you clear the entire map, there's no particular penalty for dying to the boss, other than the XP penalty, which is kind of default. Good to know. I also don't give two hecks about finishing this place, so we're leaving.
Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Regaled into hybrid. So it's still technically basically the same helmet because they both, like 3 out of 4 mods are the same. It's just one also has a little bit of evasion rating tied to the mana. But I do kind of want to slam this. Oh. Oh. Huge. 7-5 res is not that exciting, but it's better than losing 10. We'll be at 79, and that also frees me up to use a rune for cold, so we'll be at 63 cold. Sick, and we get 80 life, crit chance, and accuracy rating. That was my old helmet had crit chance. My new helmet has accuracy rating, or had accuracy rating, so I traded them off and ended up losing a good chunk of crit chance. But now we have both. Why choose when you can have both? We'll actually do the big cold res one, because I'm feeling good about this helmet, dude. 300. So we gain 40 flat there. Sick. What's set 1398. Up to 74, 74, and 54, 54. Also, my res is 8% off on cold, 6% on lightning, and over on fire. So we're getting very, very close to actually being res kept. Which is quite a nice feeling. I think Herald of Thunder goes first. Alright, the Nexus. We need 4 mods that are not terrible together. Give me a prefix. Let's go. 1 suffix is all we need. It's Savannah again, dude. Also, it has the Savannah boss this time. So we have to, I presume we have to kill the Savannah boss before we kill the Nexus boss. Which I hope that's not the case. But I guess we'll find out. But that's 3 for 3 on Corrupted Nexus being on Savannah. Our one saving grace is that the only negative mod on here is blast charge reduction, which still can be pretty annoying. But it beats what we've had previously, which was like billions of extra damage, or like shock ground, or like yeet your damn elemental res kind of stuff. But we're definitely gonna clear out the map first before doing the boss, and hopefully we can kill the corrupted boss before the hyena. I'm pretty sure all of the corrupted bosses, except for maybe Baydat, if he's in any, if he's similar at all to the PoE1 Baydat, it'll be a little annoying. But if we get Gore a third time as well, then it's not gonna be a problem at all. Katash, the four-legged one, would also not be bad. I really think they increased the size of this map. Feels like it takes forever to clear. Maybe part of that's just because killing monsters takes longer, but I feel like it's both monsters taking longer and a bigger map. Was that... Did that happen last map or the one before? Is it really every other map we're getting this? Kinda toxic, not gonna lie. I guess it beats crashing every other map, but damn, still annoying.
That's Delirium.
Whoa. 2 to 3 Fizz 2 attacks. Huge. I don't even want to keep that for reforging. I feel like if I'm saving stuff for recombinating and saving stuff for reforging, I'm just gonna like have a really hard time keeping track of what's what. There's boss. So now whenever we do clear the rest of this map, we can come back here immediately. Hopefully it's after we kill the corruption boss, because I really don't want to be limited to two attempts on both the corruption boss and the hyena. Well, I guess that's gonna happen either way, but I'm more confident in my ability to kill the corruption boss than the hyena.
Bring it on.
Son of a bitch. Well, we better hope we have a banger run on hyena because we only get 2 lives. Well, 2 deaths. That was the last rare we just killed. And no corruption boss spawned. That was so fucking risky. Dear goodness. I'm leaving. I'm going over here. Bro, I need that. Oh no. Good thing it was Gore again, someone I know I can handle. Is he not? Come over here. I mean, I can shoot you from over here, so that's fine, but...
Rapping or no,
Yeet.
I always win in
Rayclast heals one piece at a time.
Well, that ended better than I anticipated. Can't believe we got that perfect with the hyena. And he gave me a greater Jeweler's Orb, which means we can finally use Electrocute. You know, we actually got the double evasion, but the other mods are shit. Oh, it's actually T8 flat evasion, T3 hybrid flat, and percent evasion. It's just the thorns is bad. What happens if I use the Chaos Orb on that? Obviously, it's going to delete the large flat roll immediately. Oh. Yeah, it deleted something. It re-rolled T8 flat evasion rating to another T8 flat evasion rating with a lower roll. Oh no. Did it? No. It re-rolled the hybrid one from hybrid evasion plus flat evasion to hybrid percent evasion to life. Now it's dead. Naturally, we had a 50-50. 50% chance to hit the ones I don't want, and 50% chance to hit the ones I do want. And we naturally guaranteed hit the ones I wanted both times. 25% move speed. We're going to hang on to those so I can try and slam that onto a different piece of gear. Cowabummer, dude.
Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Yeah, we'll take the precursor tablet effect. Next set, we'll take both of those. And then go into wanted poster plus rugged individualism. I don't care about Cataclysm survivors. Don't really care about which uniques they drop. I guess jewelry would probably be the most likely to be valuable. And I guess even if we have a rogue exile wearing a headhunter, they wouldn't be able to kill the rare monsters to steal the mods, right? And surely the game wouldn't spawn them with random mods from the headhunter, right? That's not a thing that would happen. But also, now I just really want to find a damn corruption nexus that isn't on Savannah.
Time is of the essence.
I don't know why that's a thing that's been happening. Oh yeah, we have more important things to do. Specifically, chain from shocked enemies. Kind of interesting. I wonder if Storm Chain plus Electrocute works. Like, can it still inflict Electrocute if it can't shock? Because it doesn't say it can't inflict lightning elements. So you know, maybe that's not the worst. Spectral projectiles will fire if no spectral projectile have been created in the last 3 seconds. So you attack 5 times and wait 3 seconds? That sounds not great. I guess if you have like a separate attack you use it a couple times, spawn the projectiles, and then do a different attack for a while. But I don't know, that still sounds kind of ass. So where to next? There's actually 3 towers around here. Let's start making our way up here. I'd like to get as high up into here as we can as quickly as possible.
Abomination!
I mean, we did just make a pretty nice one of those. We can probably hold off on rolling more helmets until I get to the next tier, like in the 70s or something. Yeah, I kind of like this electrocute thing. It doesn't proc fast enough to really matter on most small mobs, but it may be a little more useful against like rares and stuff. I suppose the one way it could not be that effective is if it always lines up with heavy stun, and so they overlap and just cancel each other out basically. But even if they're slightly slightly disjointed, then that's plenty fine. Well, the heavy stun and the electrocute didn't line up, but the monster did die before the electrocute hit. Well, if we can get another Greater Jeweler's Orb, I'll probably put Innervate, I think is the name. The one that gives you 35% more lightning damage after shocking something with a skill. Not it's 35% of damage as extra lightning damage. That's fun. That'll probably be my next gem on Lightning Rod. So we'll get lightning exposure, shock, and then the 35% damage is lightning. Every time we shock stuff with lightning bolt. Actually, is it? I think that bolt or that support might be kill a shocked enemy. Either way, whatever it is, we'll have the buff at some point. Miss Boss Lady. It's another one of those bosses that just chooses when it gets stunned or shot or frozen or god controlled. So electrocute wasn't that useful on her, but it may become more useful the more lightning damage I get. So we'll leave it for a while. E4 crit bonus. Three to 6 fizz, 4 to 8.
Won't say no to a spot of shut eye.
Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Suppose I could also be using these essences, but I'm not getting... I feel like I was getting more essences in the campaign than I am in maps. Yo, trenches? That's the new one. We're going into the trenches. What was this? This reminds me of that one really hilly map with the trees, and it was like orange trees and black dirt. Blackland was the boss of it. I think it was pretty universally hated from everyone I talked to about it. Can't remember. There's an electrocute. Got nothing from that breach hand. Ah, a wisdom scroll dropped from that breach lord's clasped hand. Lucky me. Not a fan of this little kind of layout. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Crypt from last patch. Like, visually, it's that one really unpleasant map. Like, layout size-wise, it's Crypt all over again. These little choke points are super annoying. Now that we do have Electrocute, I should also change counter-ups to Combat Frenzy. Just so we occasionally get a boosted, an even further boosted barrage. What is this? Dead ends of the map? And not only are there dead ends everywhere, but we're kind of obligated to go to every single one of them and clear out the rares at the ends. So then we're like guaranteed to backtrack. It's built in as a feature of the place. Yeah, this map is ass. Trenches. I mean, I guess I forgot that's what the name was, so it shouldn't be that surprising, but damn. Oh yeah, the Exile. I forgot about that. Another Resurgence Omen. Triple res. Plus 70. A T9 flat energy shield. Still a level 55 base. So it's a little unfortunate. Like, it's a little low, but... guess it could be worse. T6 accuracy, T4 crit chance to attacks. Dexterity as well is pretty good. I might end up taking that. And that is, I mean, they're not high rolls particularly. Those are the perfect prefixes. I'm just gonna yoink both of those. For some reason, we keep getting like big chunks of electrocute buildup up until like 70 or 80%, and then it stops and goes up by like 1 and 2%. I have no idea what causes that, but I'm not a fan. Did I use the T3 waystone here? Thought I did 4. Yeah, I'll just take that and call it good. Still need to finish the map, but I also need to empty out.
Have you found more portals?
None of that was worth anything.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
Up to a whole 7 regals. Wow. AoE, what's... Oh no, we need to finish this map. I didn't forget. I would never do such a thing. Just grab that for the sockets. Oh no, wait, map is done. So I guess it doesn't matter too much if we level that up, but we may as well. There's the Nexus. What is it? Were all these other ones in desert as well? Yes. Yes. Was that where that Nexus was? It might have been. So maybe, oh no. I think that was the Nexus. Because it's Savannah. Which I thought was a desert biome. Map. Nope, it's just a spot of grass in the desert. Okay, indeed. So it was, nope, that's Savannah in the desert. Okay, so it can be in both. Wild, dude. Rust Bowl boss again. Unfortunately, if we're rushing for the Nexus, then we have to path right past that expedition, which is like the mechanic I've been wanting to do, because it's kind of the thing that enables the most effective crafting, to my great chagrin. But oh well, we'll have time for expedition later, I guess. And once again forgot to swap into Combat Frenzy. I'm gonna do that before I continue to forget about it and remember at the start of every single map. Okay, Caltrops, I barely noticed it do anything. I'm sure to everyone's complete surprise. Doesn't seem that good. Oh yeah, that sweet, sweet 80 ping. We got one of the good servers this time. Classic. Ooh, there's more monsters than I remember. It's times like these I'm really glad I'm not a hardcore player. Because if I was playing hardcore and I'd gotten to maps through all this business with this update, and then I had a fake crash try and resolve itself, and then I die to an invisible mechanic because of that, I'd be pretty annoyed, I think. $74. Ah, yeah. Frenzy charges and shit. It worked. So I believe our next priority is shock effect. Probably should have gotten this earlier, in all honesty, but it is what it is. And they walk perfectly out of those things as soon as I dropped them. That seemed premeditated. Hog hunt, dude. Today I learned Wind Dancer's hit triggers the shocks for the extra lightning hits from Herald of Thunder, which I suppose makes sense because Wind Dancer is also a hit, which hits are what triggers Herald of Ash or Herald of Thunder. So that tracks. I just never really thought of it. So he stopped at 90. Oh no, because he got heavy stun. So that's good to know, actually. They cannot overlap. Because it seems when one is active, the other one stops. Maybe that's why it slows down. Because they're heavy stunned and I didn't realize. Could be, I guess. Starting to wonder how much time I'd be saving if I stopped picking up random like rares and everything for disenchanting purposes. But before I do that, I kind of want to have a bank of them. And or a bank of exalted orbs, so I can spend those on the smaller currencies that I need. Like regals and stuff.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
So I don't have a whole lot of exalted orbs, so I don't feel like I can give up on the chance to make my own regal orbs. But also I'm wondering how much trying to make my own regal orbs and stuff is costing me time that I could be using to make exalted orbs or find exalted orbs. Opportunity cost or some shit. Ow, bro, what the fuck? Okay. Well, we already have a boatload of ritual stuff. Favor, I mean. Got like 1200 after 2 of them, so I guess that's okay. But for some reason, it's still acting like that ritual is ongoing. I was actually at like 10.5%. You can go back in? What? Okay. Today I learned. It was acting like the ritual is still ongoing because the ritual was in fact still ongoing. I feel like that's not on purpose. That may just be because they didn't bother writing anything to make it close after you die because your map was previously gone after you die. Then again, there is a way to get back in once, like while it's still active, so who knows? Maybe it is intended. Still spawning monsters. Your foot. Still, okay. By the time you get to the fourth one, these things have a lot of monsters in them. Turns out. Plus 328 accuracy rating with attack speed, dexterity, no projectile speed. But that's a pretty decent start. Black Suncrest with above 10 on all of them. And a decent armor roll. That's probably an auto take. 2 exalts per exalt. Bow's not worth nothing. Not worth the wood it's made out of. Yo, an exile. Suffix slam. Suffix re. Bro, can we get a prefix omen? They don't exist. They just don't want us using them on maps to have free rewards. That's all I can assume. It's kind of sus. I guess we take... Bro, I'm 4 away from affording that one. Oh well. At least we got the double exalt one. Oh. Hello? Freezes you when activated is not nearly as scary in this game on strong boxes as it is in the other one. It does not insta summon 45 monsters on your head to take advantage of that freeze. Yeah, I'm kind of liking the electrocute on one lightning ability and the shock on the other one. It's not always useful, but when it is, it's pretty nice. That was the last rare. We'll wait for the next higher base. Bro, back to back? Spend all our stuff. Seems like we're done there. That's not my first Bloodthorn either. Whatever happened to projectile speed is the real question. Or arrow speed, whatever the wording is. That I wanted to keep. Oh, that was my first Bloodthorn. Never mind.
Time is not on our side.
Okay, lightning rod should go to 16. So we're still on tier 4 plus. Is it Savannah? Survey says sulfuric caverns. It does. It can spawn in places that are not Savannah. It only took us till tier 4 to find out that that's the case, though. Going back to Deserted, which is far from my favorite map, if I'm being honest. Elemental weakness. I mean, I succeeded at elemental weakness earlier without too much issue. It was still kind of scary. $55 base versus 65. I guess we can look. What if we hit 30% move speed? I mean, we didn't, but what if we did? Go with the Wind Dancer first, I think. Getting a single charge back 0.02 seconds faster doesn't sound that important. But it probably is. It might make, you know, 2% of a second's worth of difference, you know? That could save my life before a slam, who knows? Four rares and a dream. Whoa. That's our second one. Now we can get I think it's called Innervate or Lightning Rods. Might be better options, but this is what sounded cool to me. Yo, wait. We could put Magnified Effect and Concentrated Effect on the same thing. But that would kind of defeat the purpose. Less AoE is kind of a good thing for Lightning Rod because it bunches them all up. So they all zap the one thing in the middle a little harder. Innervate. Killing a shocked enemy with supported skills. It's not my favorite thing. That will help us in clearing stuff pretty significantly. Our boss damage is already pretty good, so I guess it's okay. Hopefully having the Innervate buff will let us clear those like really spread out packs a lot easier with just Lightning Arrow. So we don't have to bother putting Lightning Rod down as much. That would be the goal. Kind of like that. And it will also be helpful in dealing with rares, which is kind of the name of the game, I guess. Yo, a unique researcher strongbox. What does that do? Better drop me a guaranteed mirror, dude. Can be reopened 4 times. Gold cost increases by 950 to 1050 each time. 200 to open. Drops items from Ventor's Trove. I have no idea what that is, but cool. 20 augments. Okay. 1992. I can afford that. A single transmute. Huge. 20,000. Gold game. A single Valor. Worth 190. All of my gold for the thing that has given me a single augment and a single Valor. The question is, does it get better the more you open it? Because you spent more gold. There's only one way to find out. I mean, yes. That's slightly better. However, I do not have 18 million gold. Or 1.8 million gold to do the last one. Damn thing dropped so much money, I broke the game for a moment. Interesting. Yeah, I think for our last gem on Lightning Rod, I am going to give it chance to shock. I feel like I would rather have a damage multiplier on there, but it doesn't shock as often as I would expect it would. So I think just giving it the gem for it is probably going to be the most effective thing. It'll trigger Innovate more, it'll give us more uptime on damage boosts against bosses. It's probably ideal. I was thinking of also doing what is it, like lightning chain, storm chain or something like that, which would make lightning arrow automatically chain between shocked enemies, but also that's still not a bossing thing. Then again, it might. Like, if a boss is shocked and I shoot it with lightning arrow, it might chain off of that boss and like slam into a wall, which it could then like send a beam of lightning from the wall to the boss. I think that might work, but again, I'm not sure it's worth that much effort to do that.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
Well, at least I came out of that map 10 exalts richer than I went into it. So, what is this? Sulfuric Caverns? At least there's no boss in here. That's the Sorcerer and Elephant boss fight. Also, we have another unique map here, the Feral Megalith, which is Essence, I think? Songs tell of a great thunderstorm that ravaged the valley. A beleaguered tribe appeared in its wake, seeking refuge and bringing knowledge of runes. Requires tier 11 waystone or higher. I guess we're not doing that one just yet. Oh well. We need 4 mods on something. Rare mobs, yep. Curses, that's fine. One more prefix. See, this is where this would be a really great time for that that omen that says Salama prefix when you use an exalt, but we only got the suffix one. Well, that's CDR, that's actually totally fine. All we lose out on is a slightly longer cooldown of Barrage, which I think we can tolerate because it's only 2 seconds long anyways. It could honestly, it probably deserves to be a little longer if I'm being honest.
On with the work.
The air's choked with poison. Every breath's a battle. This ends now.
More crit resistance, huh? Dude.
Take off the dust and let's fight. And that's that.
Still don't want that. Love the giant trail of shit that's been following me for the past 20 seconds. P5 flat fizz is alright. Still exclusively finding leech as mana, as life. When I've been hoping for leech as mana since I started thinking about it. Hate to see it. So we've gotten both of my main abilities to have 4 support sockets. The next question is, how expensive is a perfect Jeweler's Orb? I'm kind of nervous to answer that question, if I'm being honest. But like, getting 100% more chance to shock on lightning bolts, lightning rods, would probably be pretty damn nice. We'd have way more uptime on Innervate. And just shock in general. Clearly, because it's not happening as often as I'd like. But I also don't really want to drop any of the support gems I have on it already. I think they're all pretty alright. Yo, our first breach splinter. Let's go. They do exist. Oops, that's a dead end. Man, this is depressing. That breach had 2 packs in it. Or at least I saw 2 packs from that breach. What happened to my baby? My child is dead. I don't even want to look at the breach tree either because they nerfed the hell out of those too. All the fun stuff from that tree got cut in half, it looked like. We got the Ratnado. And no room to go around it. I love it when they shove rituals in the skinniest fucking places in the entire map. The other problem with ritual is that a lot of the mechanics brought on by the tower itself are just like area denial of one brand or another. And so they put all this area denial in the encounter and then shove it in an alleyway. And there's just, you don't get out of it. Like if it was 15 feet further south, maybe we have an alright time. That was actually way more difficult than it needed to be though. Oh, our next one. Do we have room for activities? Seems we have some, yes. At least it's a damn sight better than the last one. I can loop the tornado. That's what really matters. Unless I get stun locked into it. Is there anything worth all this effort? Yo, a chance orb. They do exist. It's a miracle. It's a League Star miracle. Oh man, I could have had a speed shrine through all that. Would have made my life way easier. Turns out all the rare monsters are back at the beginning. Except that this one, which I happened to run past, I guess. more room for activities. Let's go. Thing is, if I buy that, I won't, and then I reroll, I won't really be able to afford anything. So if we do buy it, we're kind of committed to whatever else is in here. Yo, damages mana does exist. That's huge. Well, that sounds like a terrible time. I guess we're yoinking augments. I guess I could have grabbed that one helmet that had 120 life on it and like some res. That wouldn't have been bad either, but it was a energy shield base. If I was gonna recombinate with that was something. There'd be a 50-50 chance I get the wrong base, even if I have like the other base I care about in there. So I kind of didn't want to keep it around and put that kind of risk in front of my future self when I do finally do enough expedition to afford recombinators. Oh yeah, this is a Citadel, or a Nexus. Maybe not my favorite spot to fight him. Not even difficult, dude. When they announced that those corrupted dudes were gonna be, the corrupted bosses were gonna be the Beyond bosses from PoE 1, I was really worried they were gonna be like giga tanky like they are in PoE 1. Thankfully, that doesn't seem to be the case. I'll be back for that stuff momentarily.
I like it here. It's quiet like.
Why do I have that? Alright, we're gonna try... +4 to all projectile skills with T5 flat. What could possibly go wrong? It might actually have to be rare. Well, I guess we'll find out. .9% chance. I'm sorry, 43.39% chance. And I can recombine it. I assume it would just go blue. YOLO and shit. Motherfucker. We're 0 for 2 on that now. Although the chances of that one succeeding were way higher than I anticipated. Just not high enough, it seems. And that is a pretty nice map, or actually no, it's tier 4. Our next Nexus has to be tier 5. Still a nice map, but not a great tablet. Chance for no tribute cost and gold find. Okay. What are these? We're gonna take those. I'm a large fan of precursor tablet effect.
We found the head. Go.
And that's that.
And that's that. Spent everything? Yep. R1, tier 5, and a dream. Actually, I should probably not use that right away. I still want to know what that is. Is that might be the map with Blackjaw as the boss? It might also be the oil one, whose name I can't remember, but was usually my favorite map. Step bro. Can't move the Atlas. Yep, that's what I figured. So it's not even... We're not even in combat and it's still doing that. Weird. It's been under like all sorts of different conditions that that crash thing has happened to. No wonder they're having a hard time pinpointing it. Viridian Wildwood. Completing this map will drop an Atlas skill book. But we are not limited on the tier. So I can just go there right now. I guess that's what we're doing next. Why does it start? Don't know how I didn't see that sooner. But I'll take it. Video game. Thanks. Break armor. Nope. Having your armor broken is quite scary now, even if you don't have any armor to begin with, because now you take 20% more physical damage if your armor is fully broken. So basically, if an enemy breaks armor, I'm sorry, if you have no armor, you have no physical damage reduction. But if an enemy can break armor, and it hits you even with zero armor, you'll just automatically be fully broken, so you get that 20% debuff. It's quite bad. Great for players trying to take advantage of breaking armor, but quite scary the other way around as well. You know what? Now that I think about it, what if we just put chance to shock in over Innervate right now? Because we're actually not shocking nearly as often as I was hoping we would. With just Lightning Rod. We could also go with Neural Overload, but that's not that seems more like a quality of life thing than a damage booster. Put that there for later. Give this a shot and see how it goes. We lose out on the chance at Innervate, but we also were not innervating nearly as much as I would have hoped. So our uptime on it was not very good. And now we're kind of instantly shocking everything. Oh, maybe not everything. Never mind. Hopefully it's a little better at least. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to attempt a Jinbaria. We've gotten quite a few now. And with our extra support sockets, I feel like we have gotten quite a bit stronger. My weapon's still not that great. One to 4 fizz damage. Pog. Ayo. Damages mana. What the hell? Those are some suffixes right there. Just, you know, minimal tier, but hey, it's the right ones. They have the right idea. Oh. Quantity and spirits. Wait, is that increased? Okay. It's not plus 44% chance to find it. Ah, well. We left one corner unexplored up there, and there were 2 rares tucked away up there. At first I thought it was just one, but on second look, it is in fact 2 of them.
The hunt is on.
Yo, when he was off the Nana Chaos Orb? Shit, I'm rich.
A sight of a sore eyes.
Didn't I have a bow with perfect prefixes? That was a quarterstaff.
I'll be here, waiting.
Damage resistance is armored. The old triple suffix. Actually, is that 5? It is 5. Gold and more monster packs is actually pretty nice. Gold, not so much of a monster pack, so yes. But we do have a level 66 Jin Barya somewhere. It should be one of the lowest levels we can get with 3 trials. Meaning we should have the easiest time here that we will probably have anywhere. So hopefully my evasion rating is enough. I don't feel like I have a ton of life, so We're not gonna have a whole ton of maximum honor either, and I also don't have relics.
It is Celarim.
We're just gonna throw in whatever we can, I guess. Dodge roll distance, hell yeah, brother. Maximum honor, hell yeah, brother. Oh yeah, we do have 22 defense. I guess no honor res, no problem? Question mark?
Whatever comes my way, I'm ready.
I think the most difficult part will probably be the second boss. Scorpion boss really isn't that bad once you get used to her. And I was farming this for a little while in 0.1, so pretty used to that one. But the double statues was always kind of a mess. God bless evasion rating. Also, it's a good thing we came back. We got the water. Oh, more water. That stuff's real important. Cannot restore honor. Traps deal 100% damage. If we just don't get hit by traps, that's not a problem. You have no evasion is a really major problem though. So if basically if we go here, that's fine. If we go there, that's fine, but that only leads into right there. So if that one has something like you have minus 30% move speed, or monsters take 5% of your life and life, mana, and energy shield every time they hit you, or you know something at some of the other debilitating stuff like you do 40% less damage, then we can't avoid it. There's also like you gain an extra random affliction every time you gain an affliction. That's terrible when you have to go through 3 more floors. So I'd almost rather take like I guess if we want to take less maximum honor, we would have to take this one. But Black Smoke might be one of the better options here. This is actually kind of a rough choice. What is my max honor? 1579? What if we just don't get hit? That might be ideal. Hopefully through all this we'll get a nice pile of relics that give us some honor res for future runs. That's kind of one of the biggest things, like when you're trying to ascend for the first few times, or like on your first character of the league, not having honor resistance is going to make it a whole lot harder. So that is one reason to farm like lower level ones. If you go to places like Dishar in both Act 2 and Act 2 Cruel, and fight the twin birds in the little poison pit, they're guaranteed to drop a Jinbaria, and so you can run it again at a lower level and hope to find some relics that give you honor resistance. Ow, that hurt. Case in point, that one hit to 110 honor damage. Or, you know, like almost 10% of my honor. which is why I was a little nervous to take them less max honor, but I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll get more from Babala later. The other thing that really helps get through these a lot more easily is getting as much sacred water as you can and buying stuff from Babala. The thing is, there's two, at least in the previous update, there were two boons that were so heavily weighted that they're pretty much guaranteed to show up together, like in the first few things that you get that give you boons. And that was regain, what is it? Restore honor when you enter a boss room, and then restore honor when you venerate a shrine or something like that. Like they're two of the like very least exciting boons ever, and they're so heavily weighted that pretty much every first Babala you run into is just gonna give you both of them. So the thing is, you just buy them both immediately, and then every shop after that first one is like way more interesting. Which kind of sucks that you have to buy two shitty boons to get the good ones, but it ends up making a huge difference.
A moment of respite. Ritual has been disrupted.
Physical damage on exiting a room. Thing is, I want all that sacred water. But I also have so little honor, like maximum honor, that 102 physical damage with no mitigation is probably going to be pretty painful. My health doesn't matter, it's the honor damage that does. Which if you're an armor character and you run into that boon, it's like free basically, because you're going to reduce most of that physical damage anyways. But me having no armor, it's not so great. I think I can technically evade the hit that causes the damage, but it's not. It's like far from guaranteed. I only have 74% evasion after all. Why bother going around when you can roll? Yeah, see, if I had gone, actually no, we got lucky here. Had I gone here, and that arrow didn't exist, we would have been screwed. But we also don't care about armor because what do I have any at all? I have 14. I think we'll be okay. If I lose 14 armor, it's not exactly the end of the world. I saw a post on the Reddit before I went live that someone tamed one of the rares from one of these chalice rooms and couldn't finish the room because of it. I guess the game didn't register that the monster died because it got turned into a skill gem, and so the room did not complete. There were also no more rares to kill. So I would recommend against doing that if you're ever thinking about it. Yo, a relic. That's what I was looking for. Rate sacred water when you complete a room. 8% reduced damage. I guess that's not the worst thing ever, but not my favorite either. Enemies take more damage on the other hand. That one's pretty sick. Take 1530 physical damage. I would simply perish. How about no? Did we get another gauntlet ready? I don't really mind doing gauntlets, but they do take the longest out of all of the room types. Is there stuff over here? Don't think so. I think those green spiders may be my least favorite of the monsters in this floor. Because A, their spikes have a billion range. Like, they go so far away from where the central projectile actually detonates. And I think they're pretty much guaranteed to poison. And then that poison eats away your honor. And you, on release, poison damage was bugged to deal like 15 times too much damage to your honor, so it was like draining the hell out of your honor bar. But even in this particular run, with how little honor I have, I'm pretty nervous about just about everything. And that's one of the more difficult things to avoid. But anyways, Mr. Bossman, can we do him without getting hit? His hitbox is off. Sure can. Oh, second Widow Hail today. Interesting. Bunk. Oh no, we're not rolling that one. How about we just do 250? Or rather, corrupted. No. Yeah, it's looking like a div. Maybe. And why is it listing those? Oh, is it doing the thing again where div is worth like 8 exalts? Probably. When I get out of here, I'll list it for a div for a while and see if it sells. If it doesn't, I'll just YOLO corrupt it. Let's go. That's a good one. A banger. Don't know where, when or where I picked up that ring, but I'm okay with it. Unfortunately, there are no relic lockers in here. Voila. Hey, we did not get the shitty ones. Let's go. Movement speed is one of the most powerful things you can have in this entire video game.
Always on. Use that web.
We're fast as fuck. And I'm going to not spend my keys unless there's a money one. I might take this relic cache, actually. There's a jewelry cache there, too. I just don't want to have so many keys that I can't open all the chests in the third room. Or that I don't have enough chests for all of my keys. I've had that happen before and it's super annoying. Maximum life also increases your maximum honor. It's not a bad thing either. I think this is an hourglass. We're good. Oh no, it's just a intermediary room. You have no energy shield. Oh no. What am I gonna do without my energy shield? Oh. I should not have gone that direction. But thankfully we didn't get hit. A roll distance? That was my first time rolling since starting the match, or starting the place, I think. Either that or the increased move speed is applying to the roll as well, which I've never noticed before. What in the projectiles?
A great challenge overcome.
I think there were like 3 hits in there that I should have gotten hit by, but I didn't, just because of evasion. Feels good, man. Probably almost definitely going right there. Was this hourglass? If you're playing a build that has ice walls in it, it's it's really easy in these big hourglass rooms to just go into this corner over here and like wall yourself off right there. Just block everything because you don't aggro anything on the far side of the room. You can just wait it out if you don't feel like killing the rare. My first character was a mercenary with crossbow and glacial cascade, I think it was called. That was all I did, because I also had no damage. Speaking of rares, where the hell is it? I guess we just don't get rares. Or is it? No? It's not one of those little pot things laying around. Was it over here? No. Oh, fine. I didn't want any loot anyways. Heck you too, Baba. Ritual trial, escape versus Kali. Yeah, we're definitely doing escape. We also get greater sacred water, and I'm gonna take that one. We're almost definitely gonna get one of those shitty ones. That's another one of the things that tends to give you that quite often. And we didn't get any from our first Babala, so either they fixed the waiting, or we got lucky the first time and we're not going to get lucky the second time.
Bloody bug.
335, that's decent. Bomba, why are you the one affliction in this entire floor? And it's on Babala. The thing is, if that's an affliction that's also quite bad, we're in real trouble if I go for that. But also, it's just one room. What's the worst that could happen, right? We'll Gamba this time. The rest of this floor has been pretty chill, all things considered. It might be the first time I've done that room without missing one and having to backtrack. That's personal growth if ever I saw it. Ooh. They did fix the waiting. There ain't no way we missed those two things twice with how they were previously. Oh, oh, sir. Also, we did get lucky. No afflictions whatsoever. Reduced monster action speed is actually so huge too, especially for this next boss. Just having both of them doing stuff at the same time is like the worst. Hopefully we can burst the fire one down very, very quickly. So that way we don't have to dodge the ice one at the same time for too long. Mana? Never matter. It was lightning resistant, that's why. That was the problem. What a terrible mob to have that modifier. Whoa! Forgot they can do that. Can't believe we didn't get hit by that projectile. God bless 40% move speed. I would... Okay. I really, really hate not having Sacred Water. However, being out of Sacred Water beats dying. And we already have, like, pretty much the best boons that we could hope for. Really, if you're doing a 4-floor Jin Barya, the two most important boons by far are move speed and then life reduction, which we have both. And we also have reduced action speed on top of that. So like we kind of have everything we need. Maybe not everything we want, but everything we need. Either way, we're not even doing 4-4.
The ritual has been disrupted.
But Xerac also had his health reduced this update. So he may not even be... he may not even be as bad as he was. But we also did get nerfed to shit, so... Who knows how that all equaled out.
Challenge overcome. A moment of rest.
Alright, Mr. Boss Mans. The both he is.
Guardians await you ahead.
Fire Dude is tricky. He has two different wave attacks. If he does overhead with his hands, it's a single wave forward. If he stomps with his foot, it's 3 in a like forking pattern. Like that. And if you dodge wrong, it's very painful. This is horrible timing for this. I really need to kill that man before he does anything else. It's also possible... Okay, dude, just please load the fucking video game. He's heavy stun. It's also possible to kill the second one before it gets its health back. Let's go.
Made
Yeet.
short work of you two.
That was actually horrifying. Casually lost 700 honor in one hit.
Greetings.
Yeah, these two. The shitty ones. That is 780. Diverted River is a trap. In if you buy it after the boss room. I'm sorry, if you buy it in from Balbala after beating the boss, it's gonna go away when you enter the next room. But I will actually buy those because I'm suddenly very nervous about my honor counter, at least for this particular moment. Arcanist cache. I'm not gonna fall for that. That's a caster weapon box. Either way, if we had honor resistance, that one slam would not have been nearly as scary. We have like 8% right now, and you can go all the way up to 75. So we, instead of taking 700 damage, we would have taken like, I don't know, 200 or 300, something like that. Lose all sacred water on floor completion. That means the moment you kill the boss, not the moment you leave the floor. Meaning you can't buy anything from Balbala after the fact, unless the boss drops you enough stuff to do it and you don't pick it up right away. But yeah, I think that's the best option.
The hunt is on.
I mean, until I'm topped off, I probably need to not focus on killing things so much. I took a hit while I was trying to kill off that devoured and this sooner. I think it was from a dead porcupine exploding. Then I got poisoned and drained a bunch of extra honor for no reason. If we can kill the rare, great. If not, oh well. But I'd hate to lose this run on the third floor.
Swift magnificence.
We should be able to afford a heal from Balbala. Even if we can't afford any boons. Hasted plus Hastor. What an asshole. Not that exciting. My attacks are not loading. At least some of them. Particularly the arrows going up. They're invisible for the most part. Maybe not. Maybe they were just too fast.
I shall aid you.
30% increased effect of your non-unique relics. That would be more defense, more honor res, but also no.
I will do my
Just heal me.
that well.
Well, we'll do our best.
Bring it on. Impressive endurance.
Oh yeah, by the way, every floor you go up, the zone level goes up by 1. So we started at zone level 66. We cleared the second floor at 67, and now we're at 68. Also, I think I'm going to go to the gauntlet trial here. And then try and hit this because it heals me and gives me a boon. But if it turns out that room is shit, then we can go right there. And then we'll have those two options. Or those two options, depending on whatever way it shakes out. Can't believe I would forget about today of all days. Happy birthday! Is it your birthday? I can pretend to be a good friend, but I also barely remember my own birthday. Oops. You know, I had it memorized. I didn't even have to write it down. Yep, that's me. Birthday rememberer. This has been the kindest run ever in terms of afflictions. What are we doing? What's rituals? They may have toned them down a little bit. It used to be like every other room you had to take another one. If not every room. It's okay, I also have memorized, big deal. You know what? True, true. Happy birthday. How you doing? What's going on? Actually, you know what? I was testing you to make sure you remembered your birthday. I knew the whole time. So about the Minecraft movie, oh yeah? I saw like 3 seconds of Jack Black catching a Minecraft meat that a llama threw at him or something. And I just kind of never wanted to see anything else about that movie ever again. I'll be honest. Yeah, that emoji tracks. What did I get? Honor restored, I think. Either way, we're back at full. That's what matters. You're not always taken to the room you select. I should hope I get taken to the boss room after that. That's also one of the really bad afflictions, but thankfully we're on the last room, or we'll get it on the last room, so doesn't really matter at that point. So did you like go to see a Minecraft movie expecting a good movie, or were you like, let's see how bad this is going in? If you ignore the bad bits, it's still a bad movie, damn. Couple genuinely funny parts. Well, at least there's something. That's a relief. Okay. That's a relief. Better than being disappointed. But I kind of feel like, from what I've heard, the Minecraft movie is kind of what I expected the Lego movie to be, like, way back in the day. Because I thought that sounded like a dumb movie. And then I watched the Lego movie and it was actually, like, sick as fuck. I can't imagine. What in the power of the sun in the palm of my hand? Now, that one hit did 200 damage? 250. Not many movie releases at the moment. Gotcha. Understandable. It is what it is. Let's just not get hit, shall we? Oh, I can't go up there. Cool, good to know. Shame on me for taking shortcuts. Okay, bye. If it took us to like a random room that's not the boss, because of Deceptive Mirror, and I still got my Ascendancy, that'd be great. Also, you can tell which of these platforms do what based on the pattern on the middle. I just don't know which one's which, because I didn't know about that trick until like a week ago. What's this? Oh, okay, don't step on that one. What about this one? Whoa. Stop it. Guess I was too far. There was also some stuff in the movie that if they were a thing in the game, it would be awesome. Like what? Gas clap. Whoops. Okay, so the flower is darts, like thorns for a flower. You know. I don't even know what you call that. Oh, shit, that's her. We'll figure it out later. Which ones of the scarabs is what matters. Shit. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, well, we hit them all. One of them's a scarab. Which isn't a bad thing, actually. That's like the one you want to hit if you're going to hit one. I think it's the second one. So this one. Well, yeah, I mean, we know which one the gas one is, so we should know which one the scarab is. Also, I took one hit from a scarab and lost 340 fucking honor. What the hell? If we had gotten touched during this boss fight, I would have died immediately by the boss. Oh yeah. I'm just happy to be here. We got our stuff. I should have definitely waited to do this. In for the kill was probably one of the things I was most, or like least excited about, but I think I'm gonna try it. It's probably gonna be kind of fun. Stuff like redacted due to spoilers, and oh yeah, redacted due to spoilers, right? There's also a scene that made you want a Minecraft RTS game. Oh yeah, I guess they haven't done one. They did an ARPG. Kind of forgot about that till just this moment. Heck it, we touch them all. It's a pretty shitty relic. Story mode and dungeons, right? I mean, give it time. Surely they'll do it. They'll make a Minecraft for every genre. Can you imagine? I guess Minecraft is already kind of an FPS, isn't it? Sort of. Or I guess what was it? What was that one shooter people were all over a while ago, like Battle Bits or something? That's basically the same thing.
Let's plan.
Minecraft FPS. Yay. Right. So we can either take this one because it has life on it, or we can take this one because it has an open modifier and maybe get honor resistance. BattleBits is based on Roblox though. What do you think Roblox is based off? Alright, I know we just spent our stuff, but like just to be sure, yes, I did get my points. Bro, I got a gold key for spending 25 sacred water at the forge. Hello? Roblox was made first. I was actually about to Google that, but I got distracted by the game. I was doubting myself. Okay, that one's going in the trash pile. I'll list that for a divine and see what happens. Roblox 2006, Minecraft 2011. Damn, really? Kinda wild. That'll show me to make assumptions. Damn. I don't think I really care about anything on that. Anyways. Yeah, without that move speed boon, I don't know if I would have cleared that. We got pretty damn lucky for that. Assumptions kill. That's right, they do. Alright, Baba, never talk to me ever again. Turns out we can actually enter our hideout from this zone now, too. That's probably one of the biggest buffs to the Trial of the Second they've ever done. Know what that's from? Nope. Is it from the Minecraft movie? That would make sense, wouldn't it? What are we on, tier 5? Is Amazon better than Ranger for Lightning Arrow? I've not played Ranger for Lightning Arrow. This is my first time actually like getting to the point of playing Lightning Arrow. But Amazon's very, very good. Actually, I guess I haven't really looked. You almost certainly would want to play Deadeye, right? I mean, that Frenzy Charge stuff could be fun with, like, Barrage. You'd get a lot of those lightning rods down on a lot at one time. It's from Reacher? Gotcha. Yeah, I never really watched that. Fire an additional projectile. That would be really, really good. I don't know, it's kind of like different strengths, Mackenzie. So Lightning Arrow scales really well with additional projectiles. I don't know if you would take this Frenzy stuff, but you'd also get... If you don't take the Frenzy stuff and the additional projectiles, you can take Tailwind. This is also a really good defensive layer for Tailwind. Tailwind makes you fire faster, you get extra projectiles, you get a bunch of damage based on how far they are, which incentivizes you to kill stuff off screen. Or like very, very far away from you at least. Which is kind of what you end up doing with Lightning Arrow and what you want to do. But the strength of Amazon is that you have crit for free through the critical strike node, which is just like stack accuracy and get crit. And then you have all these nodes around like stack accuracy and get attack speed, and stack dexterity and get attack speed, which also gives you, like the dexterity also gives you a accuracy to get more attack speed, to get more crit as well. So Deadeye is probably faster and simpler. Well, I don't know which one's simpler. Deadeye is probably faster, but Amazon has much more easy access to crit. That's for sure. Maybe they come out about even. I don't know. But Amazon also has Penetrate, which is added physical damage equal to 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon. You can get up to If you have a corrupted third socket on your weapon and perfect rolls on all of the accuracy rating mods, it's like 1100 accuracy, which would be like 250 or something, a little over 250 flat physical damage to your attack. The question is where that gets calculated into the damage of the hit. Makes it may change how useful that is, and I don't have that node yet, so I can't say for sure whether it's good or not. But it sounds real good. Amazon doesn't really have the far shot, the point blank or far shot thing for a damage boost, but it does have reveal weaknesses, which is 50% more damage against enemies with an open weakness. What that is if you've seen an Amazon fighting a rare or a boss and you see little sections of the boss or of the health bar like lit up differently, that's an open weakness. So while the health bar is in that little range that's lit up, they take 50% more damage, and it's kind of like up to 50% of the health bar is lit up like that. So it's kind of like up to 25% more damage against enemies, against rares and uniques. So that is a pretty regular boost, whereas point blank and far shot can kind of get into situations where you're kind of stuck fighting in your less than ideal range, like close quarters to turn off far shot, or the map's too big and you can't get close enough to do point blank, like stuff like that. So there's trade-offs, and I'm not overall sure which one would be better or worse. Crit is very nice. Did lightning arrow last season, so you have to try Amazon this time. Gotcha. What Amazon does next day delivery. Ranger has a bow. Multi-billion-dollar corporation versus person with a bow. You pick. I mean, that's a good point. I didn't read that till just now, but you got a point. Whoa, you went from red to purple. What the hell? Crazy, crazy. But yeah, I can concur. The crit is very, very nice. Even in the campaign, when I had basically no anything at all, I was at like 60% crit chance. Just running through Act 3. Purple. Hell yeah, brother. And like right now I have 0% crit on my bow. I have like 14% crit chance right there, and what is it, two crit wheels? Which this one I took the crit damage side, so there's no crit chance in there. This one I have 10%, 25%, so 50%, and then the +1 to flat crit chance. And my crit chance is, I believe you add the top number to the bottom numbers. I'm not 100% certain on that. But we have either 52 to 74% or 64 to 86% with essentially no gear. It's bananas. Life as energy shield. I'm really kind of a hater of that mod, but we're gonna do it anyways because I don't want to mess with more waystones. Yep, build the map. Build the map. Which way are we going? Oh yeah, we were gonna go to the Viridian Wildwood before I got distracted by the trial. Now let's see how useful this ascendancy was. We took the, was it damage? No, it was move speed and action speed, or skill speed. While enemies with weaknesses are in my presence, so rares. If you think about it, the Minecraft movie is an isekai. You're not wrong. The question is, what's better between that and the usual isekai slop we've been getting for the past several years? Which I'm a huge fan of, don't get me wrong, but it is. A lot of them kind of are slop. I'm so tired. Oh, hello. That was a bad idea. I'm so tired of running Savannah. I don't know if it's the 3% skill speed that we got from the minor node, or we're just always feeling the bonus. Owie. Please stop stunning me? Please stop stunning me? I really need to look at the wording on that ascendancy again. Increase move speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. Increase skill speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. So it's... Okay. So we only get the bonuses while the health bar is in the weakness range. So if we really wanted to, we could get a monster's life down into that range and then like target all the other stuff around it and just blast through it. But also I'm not like feeling the 40% skill speed as much as I expected I would. Kind of assumed it would be like my arrows turn into, or start firing at like Mach Jesus for 0.2 seconds and then, I mean, yeah, dude. When we're going that slow through it, it is noticeable, but like 40% I expected a little bit more from. Kind of want a reverse isekai. Hello. The story pitch killed my game. Want a reverse isekai where a fantasy character ends up in our world for some unknown reason, and the character keeps all their abilities. I think there is a thing like that. And bam, and then bam, episode 2, they learn other people from fantasy world have also appeared in our world TM, and some of them aren't particularly good guys TM. I mean, you could kind of look at Devil as a part-timer like that. I was part of the King's Royal Guard until I woke up in your world. And that sounds like a banger title to me. Send it. Go write the light novel and publish it on that one website they keep getting the isekai ideas from. Solo leveling is kind of like a reverse isekai, sort of. If solo leveling is a reverse isekai, you could say Gate is a reverse isekai. No. Damn this temporal bubble. Also, sometimes there's a bug with the reveal weakness where if you wiggle the mouse over a monster that's supposed to have weakness, it re-rolls the section of the health bar that has the weakness. And then when you hold the mouse button down, it'll stop doing that. I died before I could become a hero, but then I woke up and found myself stranded in your world. What is it? Watched one this season that was headhunted to another world from salaryman to Big Four. It could be the reverse. I died before I became a hero, so I reincarnated and became a salaryman. So I'm not a huge fan of the skill speed ascendancy we took, but our other options are the thing that gives you flat physical damage based on the accuracy rating on your bow, which I have 169, nice accuracy rating on my bow. Not exactly enough to make a huge difference, I don't think. We have one that cuts the amount of evasion rating we get from our body armor in half, but it doubles the evasion rating we get from the rest of our gear, which would math out, but that's way better the better gear you have. And then also the other one is elemental damage can trigger leech, which is really nice, but I also have no leech, so it's also gear dependent. So I guess the skill speed is kind of our thing right now. Unless we start dying, and I'm kind of tired of it. Then we can swap to the evasion rating one, because we'll still get some benefit out of that, even if my gear is not insane. Before my party could defeat the Demon King, I was reverse summoned to your world, and now I must find my way back or learn to live here. That's a banger. Right there. Longer title, the better the anime. That's right. Ideally, the title is longer than the anime itself. The one exception to this rule is One Piece, because its title is short as shit, but it's also a banger. But that exception proves the rule, as they say. Which, actually, One Piece is ended its hiatus yesterday, technically. And now we got a new episode yesterday, and a new one out today as well, I think. So, like, if I am conscious when I end stream, I'm definitely going to be watching that. And if I don't watch it today, I'm watching it tomorrow for sure. Hello? It's this man again. The man with the infinite shield. Heck your health flasks. We're back at the start. Map complete. I didn't even realize. All attributes, crit bonus, dexterity, strength. 156 mana. Wow. I mean, Archmage is dead and in pieces scattered in the fucking bay, but that is a lot of mana. I already have a Jober Chaber. Minimum, absolute minimum roll on both of the physical damage ranges. Sick.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
What is that? Essence and rarity. I should probably have a waystone before I do that. Transcended monsters is a prefix, which is supposed to be the good modifiers, but transcended monsters are like actively the worst thing ever. What are those? I finally reached level 100, but before I could use my new power to save my world, I found myself in your world along with other adventurers, and now I must fight to protect you from them before I can go back to my world, but I will decide to stay due to love and friendship. Sounds good to me, boss. You almost don't even need to end. Oh, my damn, it's actually the Wildwood.
Looks not like I imagined.
Is this like the actual Wildwood from PoE 1, or do we get to explore the whole thing? Owie. Not a huge fan of being surrounded. Wait a minute, I should have followed the trail of monsters, right? Yeah, there's an event. No wispies or anything, though. This is actually the far... Is it the bottom corner? I think it might be. Well, that's unfortunate. I got jumped on, dude. My cold res is shit. So, yeah. I wonder if we were able, like, gonna be able to go as long as we wanted, so long as we didn't die, or if it would have expired after a while, like it would have stopped revealing. Because that's how it worked in PoE 1, but it, like, you had a limited amount of time you could run around in the dark, but there were events on each, like, cardinal corner of the zone, so like the bottom, the left, the top, and the right. So you had to, like, figure out which side you were on, which corner you were closest to, and like try and path as directly as you could to each event and get as much stuff as you could before your exploration light ran out. So webtoon I've been reading where someone got isekai'd, and before they can go back home they have to kill the Demon King, but when he finally returns he finds out both his parents died and everyone blames him for abandoning them. So he uses the power he gained from the world he isekai'd to basically conquer and slaughter anyone, in which he kills the actual MC of the story, who gets isekai'd into a different... perpetuating the cycle, I see. A cautionary tale. Alright, more chance at rogue exiles to see if they give me any good stuff. I kind of want to take the wisps too, because they could be fun. Man, I'm bummed I died so early. That was looking like it would be cool. That's just the first 2 episodes of the webtoon. Is each episode a different protagonist? Because they keep getting isekai'd? Trenches? Hell no. I'm not a fan of that place. Right, I kind of want to run some of these maps we had Ritual and Expedition on, just to try and build up some more currency and stuff. If we die that easily in a random, like, tier 4 map without really any negative modifiers, I feel like we're getting kind of close to the highest tier we can really do at our current level of strength. So the better idea then would be to stick at our current tier and try and get more stuff. Also, I don't really have a corruption area that's, like, in sight. So yeah, we'll go through some of these. MC returns and tries to fight the one who killed him and his whole family. Which protagonist? Plot twist, there was a whole... Oh, hold up. Plot twist, there was a whole group of isekai heroes that already tried and they pretty much all died because the first isekai bad guy made his own team of big bad isekai anti-heroes. I see. I don't know if anti-hero is the right word for that, but it's the one I'm going with. Oh my damn. I'm not a fan of this energy shield shit. There we go. That's a dead end. So much for this Delirium. Let me in. this again. One thing that's really nice about this build is we do somehow build up heavy stun like really, really damn quick. First isekai character isn't a protagonist at all. He literally just wants the whole world to feel the sadness and despair that he feels. Works in your opinion? I mean, for a chapter, he was the protagonist. They sold it to you as the good guy, right? Or was it pretty clear from the very beginning? It was like, we're starting with the bad guy backstory. Actually curious about something. I was wondering if you could get an extra arrow to bow attacks from quivers like you can in Path of Exile 1. However, it seems not. The whole year he spends in the other world is all fun and great. It's when he returns. Damn, they did a whole year in one episode? Or chapter or whatever? Speedrunning. I just realized, I think I died at 99%, or like 97% of the way to the next level in that Wildwood map. What a bummer. Understandable. Well, that's actually not terribly dissimilar, now that I think about it. Not terribly dissimilar from the plot of one of the Path of Exile 1 storylines. The story of Cyrus, the Awakening. All the endgame shit we're doing is in this weird, like, pseudo-reality dream world type shit. And he got stuck in there. And got crazy. And went crazy trying to, like, get all-powerful and shit. And then got out. And he ripped up a city before we, the protagonist, went and ripped him and his friends to pieces. It's kind of similar. But minus the whole social aspect of everyone hating him. I think everyone hated him anyways, but, like... he was probably used to it at that point. Ew, ants. He shit on. Yeah, thanks. That's right, give me my stinky, filthy Twitch money. Hello? Sir, you are electrocuted. How are you not taking damage? No monsters, no problems, I guess. Welcome back. Do we keep getting this man? I don't even know if I'm seeing like non-rare versions of this monster. But that's like the third one that I've seen rare, and 2 of them have had energy shield ores. Kinda toxic, if you ask me.
Bring it on.
The protagonist hero actually speedruns faster than the first hero, and when he finally fights and defeats that world's Demon King, instead of just killing him, he gives him a potion that heals him and makes him stronger. Bro, that's toxic. That's disrespectful right there. That's Goku giving Cell a fucking Senzu Bean before he fights his son. Levels of disrespect right there. Or whoever the hell he did that to. Bro's on a mission. I mean, I guess. Oh no, there is a regular version of those dudes here. Oh, it's the corruption plants. Oops. I should have stayed still. The funny thing is, I died at 98% again. Son of a bitch. I didn't realize that's what the... Oh, again? I didn't realize that was what the ritual modifier was. I honestly don't know if it was the chaos explosion that killed me from the plant, or if it was the 2 dog things that charged me. Ah, finally, some room for activities. The warrior returns. Shit, I may not even have to read it, because I heard, due to the success of solo leveling, there has been a sudden increase in demand for webtoon anime adaptations. But I may give it a look sometime. Whose name was Meat Whipper. What the hell? What the hell kind of video game am I playing? We did it, but I did not find the 4th ritual. Don't think it'll get one since season 2 is mostly flashback. Gotcha. You never know. You gotta believe the power of positive thinking, stuff like that, you know. Alright, first of all, is there anything I care about in this ritual? Amelioration. Ooh, 2 exiles. That's 996. 1,614, yeah. So if I want all 3 of those, then I need to go find that last one. Plenty of other webtoons you think would work better as an anime adaptation. But my isekai. Ooh. That's a nice one. Nearly triple the accuracy rating on mine. It's got attack speed on it, which mine doesn't. If we could, like, recombobulate that with something nice, maybe even better, but I have a 0% success rate on recombobulation. Granted, I've only attempted twice. That's still 0%. I'm just gonna make myself as small as I can in the corner, so that way I blow up as few plants as possible. Very small. They take up no space. I have set 0 flowers, okay? Except those 2, don't worry about that. Uh-oh. Where's the maggots? Works for me. One of the ones you're currently reading, The Lone Necromancer. Very different necromancy compared to solo leveling. Would probably be better, but it's still pretty fresh. Gotcha, they gotta give it some time. Let it percolate and shit. Rip. Night Only Lives Today is also one that would probably be awesome to watch. Only 47 episodes. Damn, that's not even 4 seasons. Alright, we somehow got back up to 94% despite that death. We may yet level up at some point. It just started a dot outlet months ago. I don't know what that means, but I'm proud of it. How much are omens of amelioration worth? I need money desperately. Probably not a whole lot in this day and age. Yeah, nobody is at the point where they care about omens yet. Ain't nobody there yet. Those are only 70 exiles. Really? What are those? 40. So it's almost 2 dips. Ah. Okay. That makes a little more sense. Yeah, I would like to do some recombobulation, however. Was there supposed to be a ritual in, or no, an expedition? I don't think there was. I think it was just ritual. Then we do this one with just expedition, and then we have the ones that have both. So to recombobulate weapons, and I guess quivers count as that, you need Gwenon's stuff. So really either Gwenon or Danny work. Hidden Grotto has a boss now too. Didn't I just do this map? Man, I do not like this layout one bit. Honestly, I would love it if Lazy Lord Masters of the Sword got an anime. I mean, that's a great title. It just rolls right off. Still ongoing, but it started in 2021. So Scott should have a good bit of source material then. I think I'd rather be running Savannah than this layout again. Ooh. Actually, I wonder if omens will ever get that expensive in this update because of how common they are. I'd rather them be too common than too rare, in all honesty. But it'll probably be different than previous economies. Because you are now guaranteed at least one omen in every ritual window. And it seems like the odds of getting good ones are pretty good. It's not like you get the damn omen of refreshment every single time or whatever, even at tier 1. Awesome fight scenes, but also a decent bit of love across multiple of the main characters. Oh, let's go. That MC fucks. Lightning Rod looks a bit different? Slightly. Does it? There's more of them. Implications of the title. The implication? You mean the direct statement? What's up, Modus? Doing a witch chaos build at the moment? Hell yeah. I hear those have actually been pretty stable in the chaos that has been this update. How you liking it? I missed a message? Oh, I did. No, sir. What the fuck? This is all I see. For real, you're on mid Act 2. Bit slow but fun. Yeah, it took me, for reference, right before the update came out, like the day before the update came out, I took a character from the start of Act 1 cruel to the end of Act 3 cruel in like 3.5 hours. To get this character that I'm playing right now to Endgame from start to finish was 17 hours. I was thinking like maybe 8 hours for the whole thing on a fresh start, but this update has made a quite different game than what was before the update. Yeah, the direct statement of the teenage mercenary is the implication that it is in fact, the main character is in fact a teenage mercenary. Need to stop and kill through most specs. Yep. I could swear that they also reduce the amount of XP monsters give, because I felt like I was killing every single thing that walked in front of me, and I was still like 3 levels behind each of the zones. Plane crashes do a hell of a thing to a person's origin story, that's right. Certainly a formative experience. A formative experience at all ages, no less. That's... Is it the elephant? That looks like the elephant. No? I don't want to go in there and see it. I'm gonna let the suspense build. It's probably not the elephant. Plus the sorcerer or whatever. The necromancer. There's like rocks in that arena. And there are not rocks in the elephant arena. We'll find out when we kill all the rares and do the expedition. We can't be trying a new boss before we do the expedition and risk losing the encounter I'm really in this map for. Screw you guys, I'm a regression fan now. Ah, I see. Benjamin Button type beat. I have blah 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 and now I'm in a different world. No! Screw that! That's right. Tell him. Do you think time travel qualifies as an isekai? Probably not, right? But it's pretty... If we talk about like levels of culture shock, it could be comparable. Like, oh no, I died and now I've gone back. Whoa, why not both? Actually, yeah, I watched an isekai where that happened. I think another one came out this season too, this past season, winter. One was Tier Moon Empire, which is a banger. And I don't know what the other one was because I didn't watch it. But I do remember seeing that kind of description. That's regression? Okay. So it's not Benjamin Button type beat. Excuse me, I'm not hip with the lingo, I'm sorry. Yeah, the skill speed's okay. Oh, yo, we finally leveled up. I just realized. Let's go. That another 15 shock. Mana regen will probably be more more useful to me than I'm willing to give it credit for. I'm really taking that note for the shock. The shock value. There's a couple you're watching right now that are that, and they are pretty much the same, except for the stuff where they're not the same. I see. That tracks. Hey, listen, I'm a streamer, I just read the messages. I'm like a glorified anchorman, except chat writes the fucking teleprompter. Just bring myself. I see. I mean, you do actively stare at the webtoon, right? It's not like you're not watching it. Immune to chaos damage, that's free.
Risky choice.
Yo, what's up, Sarni? How you been? Kiwi 2 is heckin' rough, dude. I'm enjoying it, but this update, things are a lot rougher in this update than they were before the update. And the more I play it, the less I mind it, but it's definitely... There's definitely a bit of a jump scare going through the campaign. I kind of wish the campaign was easier. But I like what they did with the... I like the changes I've seen in the endgame so far. Like, a lot of people are saying it's still not, like, up to par with, like, Path of Exile 1's endgame, which is kind of true, but also that took forever to develop, so... I'm not in a hurry. But some things are positive, some things are negative. Some things still need a little more work. But overall, I think it's fun. What about you? You've been playing it? Damn. I'm so glad that doesn't do damage to me. That scared the shit out of me. We got Tujin this time. Actually, I think we have to find all 4 of them before we get any of them a second time.
Strange wee fella, that's for sure.
Busy IRL. Got laid off from my last job. I'm sorry to hear that. Working on getting a certification done so I can get something stable under your belt. Doing alright though? Hell yeah. Glad to hear you hanging in there. Haven't jumped into it yet. Waiting for it to go F2P just because I got stuff. Yo, Total War? Hell yeah. Which one? There's so many to choose from. I think the last one I played was the first Warhammer one, which was alright. But I think by the time I picked it up, it had so much like DLC for it that I just kind of felt like it was impossible, or like impossible to get into. Unless I like bought all the DLC. But I also didn't want to do that for a game I hadn't played, so I just kind of like went and played something else after a while. Bro, that's the 3rd Widow Hail we've gotten today. Okay, I'm definitely corrupting this one. Like, no matter what it rolls, I'm corrupting it. I want to put sockets on it, though, so I'm not yellowing into that just yet. Both MCs are nobles. Both MCs left their families / got kicked out. Both had their family's territory destroyed by enemy forces. Both became mercenaries. Both became... Oh, both were whiny little shits before everything went to shit. Both became decent humans when they regressed back, but the stories are vastly different. I see. So yeah, it is. Everything's the same except for what it isn't. I respect it. Warhammer 3 wanted to play 2 back when it was the new thing, but my laptop was crud and couldn't run it. Got a shiny new 50 series card and a better rig. Oh, hell yeah. Get all the FPS in those pitched battles. Hell yeah. Kind of forgot the 50 series even came out until like a couple days ago when I was talking about PC parts with a buddy. Like I could have sworn I heard people saying like, oh yeah, the 50 series is rumored to come out soon. And then next thing I know, it's been out for months. Both have auras to a degree where the MCs have a secret means of getting stronger. Where it wasn't a secret in the future they came from. They gotta play the cards closer to the chest. We had 2 different characters, one red hair while the other is blonde. The key difference. That's how you tell them apart. Okay, what boss do we have here? First of all, was desperate for an upgrade, so you went online camping during the most recent release. No scalpers for you. Hell yeah. You love to see it. Is this guy. I'm like so underwhelmed. I was hoping for a different one. I was kind of hoping for a new boss, honestly. Ow, freak. I'm just not really feeling a whole lot of change in my skill speed with this boss. I guess it tracks. Hidden Grotto and Abyss are both that guy. They're both like, you know, secretive underground cave areas. I'll accept it. Hope for the day when you buy a PC parts from Amazon that I'm one of the lucky ones that ends up with 30 boxes of graphics cards. Yeah, yeah. Aw, rip ads. Yo, we got projectile speed. Tier 2, but at least it's something. Actually, the accuracy rating and the projectile speed are both prefixes, so one of them needs, or the blue one needs to turn yellow. And also we need more expedition currency before we do that. Heck. Alright, this hasn't sold by the way, so we're doing this one too. Gamba Gamba! One of these has to do something, right? Hey. Motherfucker. I don't remember what the actual price was. Maybe 10 chaos? I'm sorry, 10x? If I can get 10x for that, I'll take it. It might be lower now that it's corrupted, though.
with the work.
Thanks, TurboTax, for reminding me to do the taxes I already did. Hell yeah. I mean, all my homies hate TurboTax, but thanks, TurboTax. That's true. I finally remembered to do mine a while ago, but it was like stressing me out that I was gonna like forget before the due date. And like really I should have done it back in whenever the hell I got the papers to do it, just so I didn't have it hanging over my head, but I couldn't bring myself to, you know? But also we should be going over to that tower. Maybe it'll reveal another corruption area, and we try for our tier 5 points, regardless of if I feel strong enough or not. This little thing that tells you what extra content is in the map and which ones you've done, that's like actually insane. I love it. For those who haven't yet, 9 days left. What are you doing? Go now, do taxes. It's the weekend for 39 more minutes. Now's the time. I do not want to do a ritual in here, but I also don't want to do a full ritual in here. So we'll do the smallest ritual we'll have this whole map. And hope the others have more room. Still yesterday somewhere or something. For now, at least, yeah. Hello, Rog.
Don't drink the water.
There's a guy in there about this.
Stares at California. I mean, it's today in California, just like in Florida, I guess. For now, or for 37 more minutes. Can we even get logbooks of this map tier? Probably not. Yeah, but they have more hours of today left than we do. Those bastards. They're keeping them to themselves. Brother! All the things wrong with Path of Exile 2 right now, this is probably the most annoying. And I can't even be mad when it happens because it just means the game, before this update, the game would have crashed right there. And the only reason it's happening is because the game is dodging a crash through some silly background means. And that's why it has to do what it does. But damn, is it still annoying. Speed? Monsters are already cracked out of their minds anyways. Played any D4 recently or even focused on PoE? Wait, did they release the new season? Like, season 8 or whatever? The one after the Witchcraft one? If they did, I totally missed that. I thought it was later. Okay. Thank God. I was planning on playing the one after that. I did play some of Witchcraft Season. I think I played it for like 2 weeks on stream. I got all but one of the, or all but like 3 of the season objectives done before I stopped playing it. And it was like alright. But I think I was kind of stuck because a PoE1 event was going on, or like getting ready to start. And I wanted to do like a little bit of Diablo 4. I had a reasonably good time with it, yeah. Played the old Gorilla Thorns Spiritborn. Stuff was fun. But yeah, I stopped one objective short of getting the last reward for the season. I still need to go back and do that before they end it. Because the reward's like a pet, like a raven pet. It seemed kind of badass. April 29th is the next season start. Okay, that's good to know. That's when I thought it was. But I hadn't like looked it up or seen that. I just heard whispers about it and kind of ran with it. So thank you for that information. That's actually really good to know. One Bible, that's right, the one Bible, hell yeah. Everybody, oh freeze. Everybody clap your hands. Not really, but I still did. You know what? I honestly respect it. Respect the hustle. Build right now looks fun though. Yeah. It's a reasonably good time. The thing is, it's also strong enough pretty much on its own to actually handle the game, which is not the case for many builds right now. So like even though this is a really strong build, or like a reasonably strong build, I'd say, we still have to like take time fighting gray monsters, which is something that has a lot of people quite upset. I actually started one character on Thursday. No, I started a character on Friday when this came out. Okay. It was like using the new class and the new weapon that they added, the spear. And I tried to do a bleed build with it. And I got to Act 2. I got to like almost the end of Act 2 before I was like, you know what, this isn't working, and realized it took 7 hours to get to the almost end of Act 2 with that build. So I restarted on this character, which was a different ascendancy and a different build with the spear, and that also petered out around Act 2 for me. So then I swapped into bows, and it's been like relatively smooth sailing ever since. Bows are just always good. Need to rewatch One Punch Man. I think I haven't watched. Did they do anything beyond season 2? I don't even know if I watched season 2. I enjoyed the hell out of season 1 though. Because I know what I'm watching all day tomorrow. Dude, I've been rewatching Dr. Stone. The new season, it came out with a new season in winter, and that just ended. And then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm rewatching the whole thing because I haven't seen it all in however many years since it started coming out. It's so good. Such a nice, fun, wholesome show. My turn for the elemental resistance aura, buddy. Forget what your starting class was in the PoE1 season you played. Just remember your build being Tornado Shot, which was really damn fun. Tornado Shot's cool. Yeah, that one just takes a lot to get going usually, but it's very fun, very neat. When did you play it? Like recently or a while ago? got back into Blue Exorcist because that's going on again now. Dude, there have been like 3 different seasons of Blue Exorcists in the past like 5 years. And every time they do another one, I'm like, damn, they're doing another one. I think they did something similar with Black Butler too. That's like the same tier reaction for me. I haven't watched either of them. And I may or may not ever. But every time I hear about the fact that they're still going on, it's just like, oh damn. How? A while ago, 2020? Oh, okay. So that may have been before they changed Tornado Shot to be more difficult to get going, so yeah. It was probably a way better time then than it is now. But yeah, Tornado Shot scaling is so nice because all you do is you just get as many arrows as possible and then they all spit out like 27 arrows each. It's great. Howie. Yeah, the reason I'm doing a bow character, or I was thinking about doing bows in general in PoE 2 was because I did my first bow build in PoE 1, like, for the first time in forever. Like a month ago, because they did a new event with like crazy ascendancies and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? Heck it. We're playing an OP bow build. Turns out it was OP and it was very fun. And so I decided to try it in PoE 2. And it's strong, but again, with the state of the game, it's actually something workable where a lot of things are not. So that's good enough for me. I'm having a good time. Blue Exorcist Season 1 was 2011. Who was 2017? Bro, Hope Springs Eternal for Blue Exorcist fans. What the hell? Season 3 and 4 was last year. Season 5 is this season. They bumped them out. Yeah, they figured out there was a market for it. After it still had a fan base 6 years later. But I guess once a good story, always a good story, right? Hearing that Blue Exorcist gets a new season within, like, after 6 years gives me hope that one day we may yet get a Tokyo Ghoul reboot. Like a proper adaptation. Where's the monster? There it is. Tokyo Ghoul is so sad. Agreed. Every, like, 3 or 4 years, I go back and rewatch it and forget that it's, like, the mess that was its adaptation. And I just get sad when I remember, oh yeah, this is all fan fiction, basically. First season, goated with the sauce, that's right. Can't rewatch it, memory too good. Don't blame you. That's a lot of evasion rate. Dang it. I'll hold on to that. Which sucks because you want to at least watch season 1 with your dad, but you can't. Knowing what comes after, you can't enjoy the good part and just pretend the second part doesn't exist. Watch OG Berserk. I have never really been able to get into any of the Berserk adaptations. I don't know how they keep messing that one up. It's like everyone's favorite anime or favorite manga for like all time. And nobody can get a good adaptation of it. Come on. Maybe that's what Toei needs to pick up when when One Piece finally ends. I don't even really like Toei very much, but they've done well enough with One Piece. Heck it, give it to them. They cut out a minor character that happened to become major later on. Oof. You can't just retcon them in there. Just have them pop out in season 2 like, hey, I was here the whole time. Just do flashbacks and point out the little, like, hair sticking up out of the bushes from the background of all the important scenes, you know? Probably, maybe blaming it. You know what? We all gotta have something to blame, right? Fair is fair. The ritual spawn stuff for so long. Here's a rare tucked away back there. But I also don't want to go in those clouds because they're stinky. Remember me, the dude that saved your ass multiple times? You know me? I was totally It was him. It was him all along. That. Minions revive 50% faster. That's handy. Yeah, it'd be probably better if they didn't die in the first place, though. Tier 8 accuracy rating. So this is the kind of thing we need to hang on for your recombinators. So that means we're probably not, or we're definitely not re-rolling. Because I'm under 1,000 now. Oh yeah, sorry, I don't know if I mentioned it, but I'm definitely going to be going back to Diablo 4 when it does its new season. We're doing the trilogy this month because Path of Exile 2 came out, what was it, April 4th? Last Epoch has their season 2 coming out on April 17th, which is next Thursday, I think. Not next Thursday, a week from Thursday. Yeah, a week from Thursday. And then we'll play that for a week or two. And then Diablo 4 comes out after that. And then I may bounce backwards through them again to give Last Epoch more time, and then eventually come back to this and see how they've updated it by that point. We got 1, 2, 3. Now I'll be doing. I did 12 hours Friday, 12 hours. Well, I did 15 hours on Friday, 12 hours on Saturday, and 12 hours today is what we're doing. So we're going another 3.5. We'll do the same thing on Last Epoch's launch weekend, and we'll do the same thing on Diablo 4's launch weekend. So we're streaming. Whichever game you like or don't like, I'll be around for all of them. Yeah, I guess we'll take the alchemy. It's difficult, but I've done a few 24-hour streams in the past, long ago, and the memory of those is enough to have helped me have not such a hard time with 12 hours. Have I been watching solo leveling? Yeah. I rewatched the second to last episode of last season like 4 times before they came out with the last like resolution episode. That was like probably the first fight in solo leveling that I was like genuinely impressed by. A lot of them were good leading up to that, but that one was like insane. Sub for sure. Two weeks behind next week's last episode for you. Gotcha, gotcha. So how about that? How about that fight, huh? Wait, are we done here? We are. Wait, I didn't. Did I do the expedition? I did. I only got 9 of the things. Which I believe the cost for 1 recombination is 11. Maybe it's just like a random amount. That fight? 1 word. Craigasm. It's a good word. True and real. Just out of curiosity, if we do this and that, it costs 13 from Gwenin. Then we do that, that, and that. That's 23. What if we do 4? It's 2.7. The thing is, I don't know what's better between going for lightning damage or flat physical damage. I want to say flat physical damage is better, so like we don't even need that. Then again, we're lightning though. I wouldn't like flat lightning be good. I think normally flat lightning would be something is good for us to go for if we didn't have the whole accuracy stacking thing going on. As like, so our third prefix would be lightning damage. But if we get big percent fizz, big flat fizz, and then accuracy rating. That may be the best option. But I don't know. I'll have to like look at path of building to see what's ideal. Either way, we can't afford it. Mess with it later. Have to say Alex Lee is or Lei is amazing as Sung Jin Woo. He's the English voice actor. Gotcha. English is not my thing. I don't even know how to speak it. But I'm glad he did a good job. I think Jinwoo's JPVA did a really good job too. Did I? I can never be sure sometimes. I got my degree in English. It got me beat. I skipped English in my degree program. There's so many things I want to recombobulate, but we have to do so many expeditions, dude. At least recommend him. I would at least recommend hearing him say, "Arise." Maybe at some point. I don't know. I think I just have a problem with just the way the voices are directed for dubs a lot of the time. And another thing is I really hate hearing, like, people saying anime character names in English voices. It's just like, ugh. Denji, we have to go to the hotel. I like, Denji's a good name and everything. I just, the accents are so weird. Or I guess it's weird to hear those names in, like, English accents, is what I mean to say. Wanted to be a writer at first, but you only enjoyed the creative stuff, storytelling and all that, so now you just write casually as a hobby and then when you got the time. Gotcha. Nothing wrong with having a hobby that is not specifically used for material gain. Steppe is the map I was trying to think of when I did Trenches like 7 hours ago, by the way. One major gripe with the Japanification of solo leveling with the sub, like, they even just make South Korea as Japan in the anime. Gotcha. Yeah, it was definitely a little weird in Season 2 when they started working with the Japanese government. And I had to remember, oh yeah, this... I know the main character's name has been Jinwoo, or Sung Jinwoo, for this entire show, but I kind of forgot it was in Korea until they started talking about Japan as a different country. They definitely did not do that for solo leveling. They all have the same name in as far as I know, they have the same names as in the original source material. Steppe is not the map I was thinking of. It's the close cousin of the one I was thinking of. This was the first map I did in Path of Exile 2. Yo, the candles are floating. They're haunted. That's a lot of very chargy monsters and big slammy things. It's like a lot of them. I'm just trying to be not dead. Also, in the English dub, when the Japanese hunters come to Japan and need to be interpreted in English, the Japanese guildmaster actually speaks Japanese, and the translator speaks English to translate it. You'll have to see it. Actual diegetic translating. I don't know if that's almost certainly not the right word, but I wanted to say diegetic and sound smart. At least for a moment before it fades into them having him speak English, that works really well. Hell yeah. Now again with the slammies, dude. Stop it. Stop it. I tried to roll out of the first one. Didn't even see the second one coming. The monster types in this map are just ridiculously rippy. We don't even have a damage modifier, do we? Also, what the hell? 51% increase rares. 33% projectile speed. Huge. That's one of the mods we would very much like on a Quiver. Preferably on one that also has the projectile speed implicit. I'm not trying to bring you to the dub side. I promise you, no matter how hard you try, it will not work. That's understandable. Yeah, I get why people want to watch it in English and like the appeal of dubs and all that. But so I don't judge people for enjoying dubs. The only time I do that is if they try and make me watch the dub, like sit me down and say, "Let's watch anime," and then put the dub on. That's the only time I get a little judgmental. Cause hell no, we're watching that shit. We're watching that shit in the original. Damn you. There we go. I mean, I would probably watch it. If it like originally came out in Korean, I'd probably watch it in Korean. Actually, I wonder if they did do a Korean dub. I never looked into it. Never heard nothing about one. I feel like I would have if they did. Oh shit. Got a little to contribute to the anime combo. Hell yeah. Watched like 3 to 4 episodes of Soul Eater back in high school so I could talk to my crush about it. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, crush must have had good taste if Soul Eater was the move. That was a banger. Watched the first season of Attack on Titan when it was the new hotness online. You know what? If you never watch another episode of Attack on Titan in your life, that's probably the best possible outcome, because season 1 is like probably the best it ever gets. There's a lot of people who will dick ride it to high heaven, but season 1 was good, and the only other good thing that came out of that show was the music. Beyond that. Hell yeah. So if you ever want to get into another anime, there's this show called One Piece. It's only one of the greatest pieces of writing ever contrived. And it's only, and you can consume the entirety of what exists of the greatest piece of writing ever contrived in the low amount of episodes of like 1,145 or something that they're up to. That's all it takes. And they're already almost done. Might die of old age before I get halfway through One Piece. Honestly, once you start it and get past like, because the first episodes of it are like from the 90s or whatever, so they're square resolution and like super grainy and stuff, which has its own kind of charm to it, but it's definitely a lot different than watching like modern stuff. But like once you get kind of into the groove of it after 10 or 20 episodes, which is more than some shows have in their entirety, but like Either way. Once it gets its hooks in you, it goes by really fast, is what I mean to say. It is very good. I think I watched all, or when I caught up, it was like 750 or 850 episodes long. And I think I watched that in like 2 or 3 months. If I was ever going to watch another anime, it'd probably be Dungeon Meshi, just because of the memes you've seen. That or JoJo. Both of those are solid as well. I love Dungeon Meshi so much, and it's actually getting another season, confirmed. The studio that made Dungeon Meshi is like my favorite of all time, and pretty much everything they do is pure gold. They also did Cyberpunk Edge Runners, if you watched or heard of that. They do a lot of mecha shows. That's probably some of their best stuff. They did Star Wars too, for a couple episodes. Owie. This map is like ridiculously rippy. What the hell? I don't. If I had like negative modifiers on here, if there was any damage modifiers on here at all, I would not be alive. I would not have made it past the first ritual. We got the Slammy Grave Boys, we got the Roly Polies, we got the Slammy Cannibal guys. There was pigs who do their charging slam. How am I supposed to do this safely? This is another moment. I'm really glad I just don't play hardcore in this game. I should honestly not be in this map anymore. I should leave. I'm not going to. So I want to complete it and get past this on the Atlas. I just need to go really slow. Also, Sword Art Online is actually great if you can get to Season 3. Say that as someone who enjoyed Season 2, but understands it was neither great nor most people's cup of tea. Yeah, I was new. I watched Sword Art Online while it was coming out through Seasons 1 and 2. And I enjoyed Season 2, and then I heard people talking about it, and like it was the worst thing ever. And I didn't really get it until I like paid attention to what they were saying. And then I started watching, I don't even know if it was Season 3, but it was when they swapped to the gun game. And I was watching like the opening fights in that one, and I was just like, man, I'm kind of not into this. Alicization is amazing, and you can't wait for the manga to get going with what they're doing, because I want SAO Unital Ring now, damn it. I can't even keep track of which one's which, honestly. Never got into anime as a kid, so you're behind on everything. That just means you get to discover everything with the wisdom and understanding of your current age. If I tried to watch JoJo or Dungeon Meshi when I was like 8, I would have no idea what that was going on. I probably shouldn't be allowed to watch. No, probably nobody should be allowed to watch JoJo at least. Before the age of 14, at the very least. Owie. Maybe it's not that bad. I don't know, there's some weird shit in that show. But that's kind of the point. Didn't even watch DBZ or any of those old classics. Listen, I didn't either, and I actually made a deal with one of my best friends, named Pieman, who he used to play with on stream once in a while, but lately when we play, it's just been offline. I made a deal with him. He would watch My Hero Academia if I watched Dragon Ball Z. And I tell you, I sat through all of Dragon Ball Z, and I have no idea what the hype is to this day. My favorite part of Dragon Ball Z was when was an arc called Great Saiyaman. And anytime I tell anyone who's seen that show that my favorite arc is Great Saiyaman, they don't believe me. And they call me a fake fan. But it's true. Might be obscure, but did you ever watch Code Lyoko? Hell yeah. I think I only ever watched it when it like came on Cartoon Network. I never like sat through and watched the whole thing. So I couldn't tell you anything that happens, but I do remember the name and I do remember liking it. I don't know if that counts as anime. Wait, is it French? I had no idea. Sorry, I'm getting behind. Technically, Alicization was split up into 2 seasons, so technically there are 2. So technically, there's 4 seasons of SAO now. Gale Online is pretty good if you're into it, but it was definitely a change of direction. I think that was the one that I started, and I was like, man, what's going on here? Hits against monsters cannot be critical hits. I hate that with every fiber of my character. I have 0 chaos resistance, so you can't pen what I don't have. Alicization has a change back to the direction that the first season was like, and honestly improves upon. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, a long time ago, someone came out with a Sword Art Online abridged. Or in an abridged series of Sword Art Online Season 1. And my sister and I still quote that shit at each other to this day. Like, I think just last week we were making jokes about it. Immune to cold damage, that's fine. Still need to finish the final season of MHA? You do, because it's very good. Speaking of anime, Gundam, anyone? One day I'm gonna watch both Iron-Blooded Orphans and Witch from Mercury, but I have not today. Maybe not this year, maybe not this decade, but someday. It's called Gunpla, damn it. Is it Gunpla or Gunplay? I have to know, so I don't lose any credibility next time I say it. But I'll only lose credibility this time. Addicted to building Gundam models right now and had like 2 action figures there back in your youth. Yeah. I watched Escaflowne a lot when I was young. So there was another one. What was this one? There was a movie called Appleseed that I watched a shitload of times, like over and over again, when I was young too. We just had that shit on like a VHS and we'd throw it on all the time. I thought that was part of a larger series, but I'm not really seeing any tie-in to something else by the name. Oh no, yeah, it's just Appleseed, the manga. Nice. Okay. Gunpla. Okay. Gundam plastic models. That is the official term for them, I see. So is it really Gunpla if it's not a Gundam, like a not an official Gundam model? Like if you are assembling Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, is it Gunpla? Or is it just a model? The Japanese love making portmanteaus. It's so fun to figure out when they're like which words are actually portmanteaus. It's one of my favorite things about listening to people speak Japanese. None of those words are in the Bible. It just depends on which translation you read, I guess. Someone needs to write like a brain rot translation of the Bible where it includes like W Riz and like fucking, you know, all the modern day Zoomer lingo people have been throwing around lately. Skibbity toilet, etc., etc. Skibbity Judas betrayal arc was cringe for real, for real. Your goodness. What has language become? Albeit sometimes wait a minute. Bandai does make and sell plastic model kits of other franchises, so it could be confusing. Okay, so that it is just a plastic model of a different mecha. Okay. So what I hear is if I call something that's not officially a Gundam model a gunpla, I lose credibility. I see. Well, unofficially you can call it that, just don't share it. I'm taking notes. Owie, this is pain. I don't like it. Stop charging at me, damn it. Ah. Bro. What the? You never had any to begin with. You have no standing here. It's like, trying to think. It's like reverse golf. I'm trying to not lose points, whether I have them or not. Yeah, we got the gorillas too. Oh no, those are ritual mobs. They're always gonna be here. R/ non-credible Gundam needs to be a thing, and I want it now. R/ is this Gunpla, and it's just pictures of things that are not Gundam models. Wait, that's just R/ Gundam. Got him, dude. Not even joking, between brain dead takes and non-credible memes, there is nothing else to find there. It do be like that. Sounds like the classic Reddit experience. Leave me alone! Stop it! How much? I don't even remember doing the expedition here. I've been too afraid for my life. It's all been one blur of horrible trauma. There's still rare moss. Okay, dude. There's still more. I thought I was done as soon as I did the ritual. Dextral coronation. Hot take, the Federation are not good guys. What? You mean the Imperium of Man was bad guys the whole time? What? You mean Super Earth isn't actually spreading democracy? Awfully heretical. I'm gonna tell the Emperor. You do that. What exactly is he gonna do about it? His unconscious ass. Filthy Chaos Man in Warhammer 3? Let's go. It's okay. I've assembled 2 sets of Warhammer 40k figurines in my entire life. One was like a little 4-man squad of Ultramarines, I believe. And that was like 4 dudes, like I said. And the other one I assembled was like a massive squad of, or not massive as far as Warhammer 40k is, but like probably 20 or 30 things of like 1,000 Suns, I think. So I think the Chaos is technically my main at this point. I just never paint. There was like a general, Azarian or something like that. It's like a big dude on a floaty disc with like tendrils of magic and stuff. And he was the one that I didn't even start trying to paint because I was too afraid I'd break it or mess it up or something. Friend who's a 40k loyalist always gives you shit when you show her your campaign victory screens as Nurgle. Ooh. At least it's not Slanesh. That's probably the creepiest one to me. Just know my Butterfingers would make a mess out of them. I mean, that's how you get to the point where you don't make a mess out of them. Is you make a mess out of them at first until you figure it out. That's just how it goes. Do however have a Sister of Battle figure on your desk? Brother got it and painted for you? Hell yeah. I have it's not a Warhammer 40k figurine, but I got a figure of Potemkin from Guilty Gear Strive, who's kind of like a Space Marine. He's like big and brawny and stuff. But he's like, arguably, I would say way cooler. Hell yeah. But my brother-in-law 3D printed and painted that for me. But of all fighting game characters of all time, he's my favorite. I don't even know how well that showed up on the webcam, but yes, you get to see what you get to see. Sorry, Uni, I missed it. Hot take, Xeon kind of had a plan. They basically nuked Earth with colonies and asteroids 3 times. Go ask Sydney, Australia what they think about Xeon. I see. Yeah, I definitely... That one is a little lost on me. Oh wait, I missed the other one too. Fuck. Guys, I think Quattro might be Char. I don't know. These words are not in the Bible. Now, I'm sorry, I needed a breather from this hellhole of a map. We're good now. I'm not touching that strongbox. I just want the rare monsters and I want to go home and cry in a corner. I dare you to look up Gundam UC Colony, Australia. I don't know. Is that what kids are calling it these days? I don't know if I trust that. Okay, we finally have all the rares revealed, which means we've killed all but 200-ish of the people left. Somehow we've made it through the vast majority of monsters in this terrible, terrible place. I'll sleep so I've got time to review stuff before you fast tomorrow? Hell yeah. The responsible decision. I respect it. Hell yeah, it was good to hear from you. You know where to find me. I'll be here for absurd amounts of time. Gundam Operation British. There's nothing British about it. Spoiler alert. Questionable at best. A little sussy. Oh yeah, thank you. And good luck with your certification stuff. You got that easy. I know it isn't a joke, it's literally just the name of the operation. How? What? I don't know. All I know is if it's British, there's like a really large chance that it's automatically bad. So like, doesn't give me great confidence in the operation is all I'm saying. One left. We only have to kill one more. Did I even spend all the stuff? No, I didn't. I don't even think I want to. I don't even want to re-roll it and see what drops with 2 favor left. Oh, it's proximal tangibility on the big man. Owie. Just send a gift via DM. One moment, please. Please hold. They almost got me again, dude. Oh, this isn't even the rares. This is just the blues. I was wondering why there were so many of them with that modifier. Pause them. That's a good point. Joke's on you, I can pause the multiplayer game. Oh. Yeah, that is not good. Classic British. I didn't say it was the British. I just said it was bad. Therefore British. Dear goodness, how do I... Well, I guess I had to have some XP from killing stuff on the way out of that map, but damn, what a terrible place. I might genuinely, unless it has something I absolutely need, I may genuinely never go to Step again because that was awful. And it's probably... I probably will go back there because it's probably just a really unlucky set of like monsters that rolled. But if it keeps doing that kind of thing, I'm just gonna avoid it at all costs. That was awful. Was meant for Federation HQ, that was in the Amazon. Kind of missed it. Yikes. They should really practice their aim a little bit before doing that. All right, my friends. I am going to get up and stretch my legs because it's been entirely too long since I did so. However, I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you aren't even out already, make sure you smack the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. The follow button if you're watching on Twitch. I will be back in like 5-ish minutes, and we will keep going for another 2.5-ish hours. Can't believe there's only that much time left, but yeah. We got more farming to do, don't you worry. In like 5 minutes. Yeah. Alright, friends, we're back. Sorry about that. My legs were just falling asleep and I needed to walk around a bit. But we're good now. Should be able to get through the last bit of this stream. So, can we at least get our atlas up to yellow maps today is the question. If the rest of the maps we do today are like that last one, I have my doubts. However, I think we'll be okay. We're working on pathing our way over to the next tower. Accuracy rating's not great. Also, I think I am gonna try.
Go on.
Not that expensive.
Go on.
Back.
Gonna try taking these points out and working through Stalking Panther, which takes us from 6k to 7.5. Not as much as I was hoping, but my gear is also not exactly great. Turns out I have room for a suffix there. We could actually use the omen. Oh no, I didn't buy the one that gives me suffixes, damn it. I thought I did. We cannot use the omen. I could use the double exalt omen, which, funny enough, is probably worth about 2 exalts, since it gives you 2 exalts worth of modifiers. If it's worth less, it's a scam on the person selling it. I also got 2 suffixes there. Can we hit some res? Nope. Nope. We hit strength. I shouldn't have even slammed the second time. We could hit more evasion there, which would actually be huge. Life wouldn't be upsetting either. Hey, yo, we did hit more. I think we hit tier 3 flat. That's fine. Totally fine. This was the slamming. This one was a bad idea, or whichever one I did slam. Yeah, it was this one. Because this ring is bad anyways. I need to replace it. But it only cost me 2 exalts, whatever. This belt is actually decent, so you know what? I want to slam that too, but I'll actually use the exaltation. And we hit 1 res, but also, I think, thorns. No, I didn't hit a res, but I had 2 already. Yeah, my res didn't change at all. So not worth at all. Unless we got the charm effect duration, but either way, that's like not the most exciting thing ever. Well. We did our best. And it only cost us, what, like 6 exalts? 5 of them? So now, as I was saying, monsters are already giga fast, whatever. We're moving over to this tower to try and find our next bunch of corruption. I don't see any else. I don't see any anywhere else. We kind of cleared everything that we could see. One day I'll come back through all of these cleansed areas, but for now I'm just trying to focus on increasing the tier we're getting. I'm sorry, increasing the amount of Atlas passive points we have. Monster res armored. Enfeeble that works. It's not great, but it's not ripped. And now we get all 3. We get all 3 tablet slots. Fine by me. Sinking Spire is like, at least in the previous update, it was one of the smallest tower layouts, so Shouldn't take us too long. Although there is an expedition in here somewhere, so we get that too. That'll be nice.
That swamp smells so much fierce, even from up here. Bloody fossil!
Oh shit, I just remembered. Before we really continue farming, that thing is gonna keep making noise. While I was up, I checked the Path of Exile Twitter, and it turns out they had some things to say. Some, like, what we've done and what's next type stuff. So, I was meaning to look at that. I totally forgot. But here we are. What is breathing in my ear? Okay. We good here? Yeah. So many people are reporting gameplay is too slow. Sometimes this comes in the form of people saying monster life is too high, player damage is too low, or areas are taking too long. In this post, we'll talk about some of the things we've already done and more of the changes we're planning on making. One of Huntress specific concerns, one of them being that we've seen the Huntress... One of the major concerns that we've seen for the Huntress is that a lot of the power of the class is locked behind parry, and some players do not wish to parry. It's me, but also parry doesn't really feel good. And that's kind of why. At least I don't want to parry. Getting frenzy charges without parry is an option available to the class later on, very, very specifically with combat frenzy. But there are no other early game options that don't involve parrying. We want to give early game players an option to get frenzy charges without parry, but we have to be very careful not to make this too easy and remove the rewards for doing the parry combos. I'm not really sure I agree with that statement, but that's how they feel. In order to do this, we're adding a new skill on the second row of spear skills called Cull the Weak. This skill is effectively the same as killing Palm on the Monk, but for frenzy charges. If a monster is in culling range, using Cull the Weak will charge towards the monster, kill it instantly, and give you a frenzy charge. This should be patched in over the next few days, so that'll be convenient early on. It'll be nice to have a Cull button, and it has movement on it, so you could probably do the stomping grounds thing that people are doing if it has the same charging animation as Rake does. That would be pretty funny. You just spam it until the thing gets into cull range and you kill it for frenzy charges. We also want to improve the feeling of parry more generally. Two issues we've identified are that in some cases it feels like you should parry monsters but don't, and that in other cases you get heavy stunned in cases where you feel like you shouldn't. Well, part of the problem is being surrounded all the time because of the billions of monsters that are in the video game. You hold the parry button and parry one of the 17 of them, and then the other 16 hit you while you're in the parry animation. You get heavy stun. That's probably a major part of it. But either way, they're working on improvements. Hopefully they get it worked out. The other bit of feedback are players who don't want to enter melee range at all. While the primary role of the class is incentivizing range melee hybrid playstyle, we do think we can improve on this type of gameplay somewhat while still incentivizing using both types of attacks. To make this feel better, we're going to be buffing the speed of spear throws generally, but especially lightning spear. The damage will remain the same, meaning you'll get approximately a 25% buff to DPS from using only lightning spear. Some other spear throws will receive slight speed increases too, but they generally have other mechanics that mean the attack speed on them is less relevant. Specifically, explosive spear. That you can only have one or two of those anyway, so like Doesn't really matter if you throw them faster, but it'll be smoother if the animation is faster, so that's fine. Either way, Lightning Spear was the throw that I had the most fun with, so it's good that that's getting a solid buff like that. And with easier Frenzy Charge generation, I think that'll probably feel a lot better. And this buff is, for me, big true, big true. I really do like the idea of Call of the Week. I'm not sure how I feel about their justification for trying not to invalidate parry, because I feel like let the people who like parry parry, let the people who don't not, you know. It's kind of like they're trying to maybe not force, but really encourage parrying as a cornerstone of the entire playstyle, whether people wanted to do it that way or not. I don't know. It seems a little handholdy, or like kind of set in stone, which is not historically how PoE should be or has been. Like, usually it's like freedom to do whatever you want with whatever you want. So I don't know, trying to force parry as a 1-2 combo with spears is not something I think I agree with. Anyways, what's up, PL? How you doing? But then again, there are a lot of things in Path of Exile 2 that are much more handholdy or directed than they are in PoE 1. So I guess it's not that surprising that that's the case. Anyways, player minion damage and life. One of the areas of major balance adjustment in 0.2 was the minion life and damage curves for players in the 1.1 endgame, 0.1.1 endgame. Minion characters were getting very out of control values, mostly due to being able to significantly increase gem level on these gems. Previously significantly reduced the growth of minion life and damage as these gems gain levels, and the intention was to mostly hit the top of the endgame, but it seems this had the unintended effect on campaign play as well. Unfortunate. We're making a change to increase the damage and life that minions get during the campaign to be more similar to before, while still keeping the scaling nerfs that were introduced to higher minion gem levels for the endgame. I'm not sure why that wasn't exactly the idea beforehand. Like, they were fine early and then busted later. So we nerfed the entire progression. Kind of sounds like something that would be pretty clear to cause problems early. You know? But whatever. At least they tried it out, and at least now they're fixing it, so that's good. Maybe it's not as simple as I'm saying. Monster life too high. One of the first things we looked at when considering clear speed concerns was the monster life curve. Found that monster life through most of campaign after Act 1 was probably too high. Made an adjustment to lower monster life by 25% through most of the campaign, and this change has been deployed already. They did that yesterday at like 3 PM my time. I'll be honest, I expected it to feel more significant than it did. Monsters still feel like still felt like they had a lot of HP throughout the center of the campaign, and where we're at now, they still feel like they have a ton of HP. Like, I'm still having to shoot white monsters multiple times to kill them, which is pretty annoying. But again, my gear isn't so good yet. Part of that is because killing stuff takes so long, RNG and whatnot. Got my ass beat by the Act 2 boss. It's a canon event in this update. We all had to deal with it. We all had that realization, I mean to say. So he has way more HP, but he couldn't stop my 6 spear combos. Actually, just spam explosive spear and run around till he dies. Classic. But I do agree. I think he has way more. It kind of makes me nervous to try any of the like endgame bosses, because they said they reduced monster HP, or they reduced the HP for those bosses by like half to make them more accessible to people on difficulty 0. But the rest of the game feels like the monsters have 10 times as much health as they did before, so maybe they feel like they only have 5 times as much health as before, and at full difficulty they actually have 20 times as much health as before. Who knows? A second issue we found was that life bonus on rare minions was incredibly high. One of the reasons why this feels particularly bad is because those monsters are still white, but had more life than blue monsters. This calibrates players' expectations incorrectly and makes rare fights harder than they should be. This number's been set back to what it was in 0.1, which lowers rare minion life by about 60%. 60%? This change has also been deployed. I couldn't have told you that they did that. Had I not read until I read this, I did not know that was a thing that changed. And I'm gonna restart the game after this map and see if I can get the lower tier life modifiers, but I don't think that's a thing. Like, it would probably be more about like their side of things when it generates zones. So unlikely that that does anything, but I'm gonna do it anyways as a symbolic gesture. His first phase spear attack is better and faster than my spear attack. He's the better Huntress. We should have known all along, honestly. Yeah, I also found myself having a really hard time dealing with his auto attacks. They hurt so bad, both in the close range one and the spear. Because the close range one was like a lightning sweep, and it does like 5 hits. That shit hurts so bad. I never had as much trouble with Jamin Ra as I did this update. And I did like 4 characters of varying levels of effectiveness. Many players are reporting that areas feel like they're too large. Normally when this is the case, the main reason is due to other concerns such as monster life or player damage being incorrect, or a lack of entertaining things to do. However, we are checking to see if there are any outliers that players are spending too long in, to see if any changes to area size need to happen. In the meantime, we did notice that there are some areas that don't have sufficient checkpoints. Looking at you, Jaquani Sanctum! And the graveyard, and there's one other place where there's... Oh yeah, Clearfell. There's no checkpoint at the tree. So we're doing a passive adding some more of these. That's good at least, but... this kind of reads to me like they still don't think areas are too big. And they're just trying to, like, acknowledge that people are feeling the way that they're feeling. Without also caving and doing anything about it. It's big because you die and the enemies respawn, so you have to clear it again. Right. Which I think is actually really funny. Dying in maps is way less punishing than dying in the campaign. They said they wanted to make deaths in map work so that it feels more similar to dying in the campaign, but it's actually way easier. Because you just respawn at your checkpoint or portal or whatever, and everything's still dead. They don't even send you back to your hideout anymore, which I think is pretty funny. Because, you don't have to eat the portal to... Well, you do have to eat the portal to revive, but not necessarily to go in. So it doesn't really matter if you go in or out. So they just leave you in the map now. But yeah, we can hope that they're looking at the duration people spend in, like, particularly a lot of the Act 2 and 3 zones. Act 1 felt pretty good all around, I think. Maybe a couple of the zones are a little annoying, but they're not massive like that. But yeah, every time they talk about this issue, I really wonder how much they... I believe most of the players who are talking about zones being too large are talking about campaign zones. And sure, there's probably some feedback in there that maps are too big, which is kind of understandable, but we're here to kill monsters and run maps anyway, so whether they're big or small, I don't really care. But when they talk about it, I really, most of the time, feel like they are talking about maps. Like when they say there's a lack of entertaining content in the area, I really hope that they're only talking about maps and that they don't think adding more weird things to do in campaign zones is a valid way to make them feel better. But yeah. I think if this right here, normally when this is the case, the main reason is due to other concerns such as monster life or player damage. They should also take into consideration. Well, no, that's not what I mean to say. I barely have any idea what I'm saying at this point. But maybe they use this as an excuse to nerf monster life even further or buff player damage back up a little bit. And then we don't get smaller zones, or we get smaller zones and they keep the balance. Who knows? But yeah, I just hope they don't dig their heels in and say, y'all are wrong for wanting smaller zones. Because this is like the third or fourth time I've heard them make this statement and not really change what they're doing about it. Big maps equals more mobs, more XP, and more loots. Why would we complain? The concern with like endgame maps being too big is that they just take too long to get through. So it's like a slow endgame loop or a gameplay loop is usually the concern I've heard. So spending a bunch of time in one map is like kind of easy to be seen as a slog or tedious or slow, versus blasting through a map in like 5 minutes and then moving on to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. So you're constantly like killing a fresh wave of stuff, getting stuff, putting it in your stash, going to another wave of stuff, getting stuff going, versus like trudging your way through a 15-minute, 20-minute long map with a billion things. Yeah, for me, it's definitely the campaign maps. Like I said, for me, I don't really care if we have big endgame maps. I just want good layouts that are nice to look at, which there are some of them I really dislike. But crashes and disconnects. On launch day, we had a severe and common client crash in town. Failed to deserialize object. Crash was fixed on the first day, but there's still others that remain. Number of client crashes is actually lower than 1.1 due to the workaround for that one crash that I keep having, where my game pauses and then the screen goes black and then comes back a little bit later. The NVIDIA driver crash, which I've probably had like 10 times today already. But the rate of server-side crashes is approximately 6 times higher, which results in you getting suddenly disconnected. I don't think I've had any issues with that. But thankfully, server-side crashes are significantly easier for us to debug, and we believe that we should be able to resolve most of these within the next few days. Honestly, I think it's probably already the Monday workday over there right now, so that's probably why they posted this when they did. So hopefully by the end of this week we hear and see a little bit more on changes. Why does this dialogue sound like someone's AI generated fanfiction? That would be because I'm tired of shit. My bad. Client crashes, quality of life. Additionally, working on a few extra features that should be released. They mentioned this one before the release. First one is adding a system for bookmarking locations on your atlas map. The system will allow you to save locations with a name on the atlas so you can find them later. Huge. Hopefully it's not just like little pins all over the place that I have to find on the edge of the map and click, but like a list of them that I can click and teleport to. That'd be great. Another is adding stash tab affinities for more item types, including socketables and tablets, and updating flask affinity to include charms. Having affinities for things that are not like specific item types, or like things that there are tabs for specifically is something I've wanted in PoE1 for a really long time. So things like socketables and tablets and adding charms to the flask affinity I think is also really big. But now presumably we should be able to put the affinity for socketables on different tabs, so we just can use the dump tab and still have everything go to a nicely, neatly sorted place. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Hopefully we can put the socketables affinity on the currency tab so I can have the runes go in there, but that's about it. Another is adding a way to rebind specters and tame beasts so that you can experiment with these options more easily. I have no idea what that means, but quality of life is more better, so yeah. That's the update. Not even necessarily an update, that's just what they have to say. And now we have more stuff to farm. I'm still a little bit antsy about the damn zone size thing. And honestly, I do still think monster health is too high, or player damage is too low, or both. We found the expedition. If I could kill the monsters to, you know, actually start it, that'd be great. Unfortunately, we rolled Transcended on this waystone, and I did not realize it, so now we suffer. Damn, what the fuck? Pen cold res, pen cold res. No flask charges. That's actually a lot of magic monsters. What the hell? We can handle both of those. Damage is lightning I'm not capped on, so we're not gonna do that. Get that big chunk of enemies.
There we go.
This ought to stir things up.
Be free! I think this is the second time this map this has happened. I guess we got Rog. I forgot to check. I didn't pay attention at all. I kind of forgot we gave them poison. I'm gonna go touch the well. That Enfeeble certainly isn't help, on top of the fact that the other two modifiers are also defensive. I think they have armor and elemental res. That frog scared the shit out of me. I thought it was gonna eat me. Thought it was a bad guy for a moment.
That's cleared him out.
Ten whole order artifacts. The door is not there. Projectile speed +2 to projectile skills. Kind of huge. We have 64% to Quiver effect, so if we do get a Quiver with +2 to projectile skills, then we should get an extra level. For a total of 3. That would probably be pretty nice. So I guess ideally we would want accuracy rating, projectile speed, levels to projectile skills, and like whatever crit mods we can. There's probably one. I think crit mods are both suffixes. I don't know what third prefix we would want, because I think accuracy rating and projectile speed are both prefixes. I guess we could go like flat lightning, or is, I guess, but probably flat lightning. That was my second death. Okay. Well, at least we got the expedition done before getting dunked on. I just realized if we turn both of these glacial runes into greater glacial runes, we'll be perfectly capped, which is better than nothing. There's greater desert runes. So accuracy rating, projectile speed. I don't think damage with bow skills would be that effective. I wouldn't be upset about it. I guess fire and cold to attacks would probably be the only things we don't really care about. And cold wouldn't even be that bad because it would like cause chill or have a chance to cause chill or freeze buildup. So really fire would be the only prefix we don't like. Level all projectile skills is good. I guess dexterity would be the third suffix. Unless we got 2 crit suffixes. So we could either do projectile skills plus double crit or projectiles, dexterity, and 1 crit mod. Whichever one it is. Honestly, crit bonus would probably be better because we can stack, or by getting accuracy rating, we get crit chance. So doubling up on it like that isn't that good. After a certain point, it'll be worthless. And I think if we want to get crit chance anywhere, it should probably be the weapon, so that way it's increasing our base crit chance. That all the other multipliers apply to. Turns out +2 is the maximum you get there. I do have broken circle artifacts. I think that's the one that we need for quivers. So I think we go with this one. It's got to be one of the Volant quivers, so we have a chance of getting the arrow speed implicit. Maybe this one will succeed. It requires 13. Bro, I have 12 of them. Danny.
How goes the search?
Thank you.
Farewell.
So I guess if I have 1 rare in there, it could end up turning rare, but I think it may be kind of a waste to not add more affixes here, just to see what we get. So we have more options for what to pick from. But actually, this Volant Quiver has 4 mods that I like. It doesn't have the projectile levels, because it has crit chance instead. It doesn't have dexterity, which might hurt to lose. 187 maybe? Hopefully not. 146, 151 it looks like is our current requirement. So yeah, we should be good losing 14, but we're gonna need that back at some point. This does also have fire 2 attacks, which is a bummer. But if we were to do this, we would want that, this, and probably crit bonus. 0.52%. Turns out crit bonus is pretty valuable, as is projectile skills. But crit bonus is more valuable than projectile skills. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep the Volant Quiver and wear it. I guess I should have slammed it a long time ago. It's actually completely the same critical hit chance, which is kind of funny. But we're at 54% total arrow speed. I want to find out, does arrow speed count as projectile speed? One person on the forum saying it's not. One person on Reddit saying Aerospeed works with the node from having tested it. That is a good way to look, I guess. We just have a Volant Quiver that doesn't have shit on it. I guess we would need a Quiver that doesn't have shit for a baseline, and then a Volant one that does. Or then a Volant one that doesn't have shit on it. We'll try that later, but for now I'm going to assume that it does work. Because that's how I want it to work. Now then. What does our tooltip DPS say? It's not trustworthy at all, but it says 8,000. We're at 12% base crit, 74 to 52. A slight increase. 56 to 76. Base crit chance stayed the same because they have the same modifier for the same value for the same modifier. We gain a little bit of fire damage and we lose a little bit of lightning damage. But yeah, we get attack speed. We get all of that projectile speed, which should also be very funny to watch the shit move around that fast. More crit bonus, which put us at 319 from 275. Also huge. Let's give that a shot, shall we? We got Enfeeble again, so I guess it's going to be perfectly the same. Do I get the Expedition again? That's the real question. We gotta remember, this is not 54% projectile speed. This is like 80-something percent projectile speed. Because we have all that bonus to our quiver stuff. Yeah, that does land slightly faster. Oh, they keep coming back, that's why. And it's also the bullshit where they have the explosion on death. Empowered reviving minions, no less. Kind of looks like we're actually firing lightning down instead of firing arrows that have lightning all over them. I'm okay with that. What in the corpse explosion? Owie, that was a bad idea. We can shoot through there, but we can't go through there. Okay.
Bring it on.
Last time we came through, the expedition was just up ahead on the second floor, I think. Oh yeah, the little thing that tells us what extra content is here is not showing expedition, so we probably don't have any. It just still shows on the atlas for whatever reason. I kind of want to socket Rain of Arrows and see how that is too. With all this projectile speed, that was one of the things I was thinking about. We could also use it as a way to consume frenzy charges, rather than just using barrage. I don't know if I want to think about it that much. Oh, you know what we could do? To check if arrow speed works, we could spec into the one node that says arrow speed plus 10% and see if it moves, or I could use blessed orbs on this to change the implicit and see if the damage goes up and it goes up or down based on the roll. The passive tree version is probably cheaper. Well, we actually managed to get through somehow that time. Don't know why. I don't know how I died twice in that last one. Wasn't that bad. Also, turns out there's not a damn thing over here except another untainted paradise, which is kind of nice. I'll take that. But no corruption in sight. Here's another ritual thing. We could add breach, but it makes me sad to see what it's become. So probably not. Overseer tablet could work. I think I have another overseer tablet. Hell yeah, brother. We could irradiate stuff, but also I'm not really at the point where I'm feeling very chunky for irradiation. Ah, yeah. I don't even like ritual, but it's such a reliable way to get money that we should probably do it. Yo, there's Slick. It does exist. Suddenly, there's also a paragraph of modifiers on all of our maps. I think I put 2 tablets in there and 3 in there. So being able to do 5 towers worth of towers and only 2 towers is quite nice. I still find myself constantly thinking about how much I should be pathing to towers to get more stuff. But for each tower where we actually do go do, it's like way more value.
We need to collect more otherworldly remnants.
Man is all about them breach tablets or breach things. Just gonna do that. Evasive, who cares? Yeah, we were gonna do this.
Go on.
Oh,
10,661. That's just evasion rating, right? Arrow speed. 10,920. It does change our damage. Which, there's no real circumstance in which arrow speed would change the true DPS of our ability. It's just how quickly it reaches stuff. Or like, if it was a skill that had bouncing arrows or projectiles of any kind, the more quickly it bounces, the more it could hit stuff before it expires or whatever. So that would end up being more damage, but that wouldn't really show on a DPS sheet. The Foul Factory boss is the giant snake monster thing. Go ahead and run it. Our first time doing this map in this update. It was pretty cheeks last update. I suspect it's no better this time, because it's an entire map full of transcended monsters, and they hurt. And monsters already hurt in this update, so. It only seems like it would have gotten worse. The higher my attack speed gets, the more I want, the more I wish for leech.
Take this.
Yeah, bro, I'm stuck. I wanted to kill all that stuff in the circle so it would count for the ritual, but couldn't get the lightning rods down. Honestly, I can't believe I died before even starting that ritual. I can't believe I didn't die before starting that ritual, rather. Not to mention all the times we were standing in poison clouds and getting smacked around during the ritual. Turns out, I think I rolled double recovery, like life on hit and life on kill on something. And I was pissed about it, but honestly that may be what was saving my ass this whole time. So maybe it's a good thing to keep until I do get leech on like a weapon or gloves or something. More life regen? Not the first pack that's been here with that. Well, here we go again. Still have another one to do. Another, oh no, that's refreshment. Why does refreshment look the same as amelioration? That's kind of a bummer. One thing I will say, I think they made this map a lot skinnier. It used to be like double or triple the width of this. Assuming it holds this width the whole way through, but I'm not sure it does. Considering this room right here. But if we're getting towards the end, this is kind of how that usually used to go. Like a little side area, some closets. It's not like there's whole hallways and rooms and extra offices and stuff full of monsters. Oh. You know what, I'm gonna grab that when I start the expedition. So that way I don't waste the entire duration while I'm messing around over here. Also, it's Gwennon this time. She's the one who lets us do weapons and quivers, which is kind of the thing I'm most excited to recombinate, so I'm pretty happy to see her pretty much every time. What in the rares left over? 4, 5, 6 plus boss and one more ritual. Could be worse, I suppose. Damn, I hate this mechanic so much.
I'm never against treasure.
This ought to stir things up.
I forgot about that. That'll make life easy.
This'll do nicely. Cleared him out.
Got 6 there, so that didn't really work out in our favor at all. Really, like 10 to 15 is what we want to be going for. But sometimes that's just how it goes. Yeah, we found the last one. The strat of making myself very small in the corner while fighting against rituals that have the chaos plants has seemed to work pretty well. Even if we are getting swarmed down by stuff, if we just put the lightning rods down in front, it kind of keeps them away. Or they usually die in time. Hello? I looked over these earlier and I didn't really care for what I saw, so we're gonna reroll. Accuracy crit. 9 life. Nothing we seem to care about once again. It's also the suffix alchemy orb one again too. Even better. Now then. Can't tell whose lightning is whose. Northpaw. Didn't they add 100 new uniques to the game? What the hell? How do I keep finding the old ones? Works for me, boss. I think that's a slight improvement over our previous boss damage. Don't particularly care about that staff. We'll just go home.
No telling what this is saying.
Oh. Same amount of move speed as I have, but it does have more fire res, more cold res, more dexterity. Just way less evasion rating. Although if we were to slam that and hit flat, it might be pretty close. We got a wee bit more. That's only gonna go up to like 277 with quality. I'm kind of tempted to wear it anyways. I think for now I'll just throw it right there. Think about it later. Attack speed, attack damage. Damage with hits against rare and unique enemies. Charm effect duration. That's not the worst thing ever. Did I ever remember to slam that? Nope. We'll do it right now. Ah, damage with crossbows. Bummer. I think the chance to shock is better. We kind of need as much of that as we can, because I don't want to path up for the other spots that have it. They're like kind of a ways away.
On with the work.
Guess we're gonna make our way up towards that Untainted Paradise. Oh, they did say that several of the unique maps that they added are only findable in water biomes. So it's actually a really good idea to scout around little big lakes and stuff that you see to find interesting maps. I still want to know what that one is. I feel like it's like one I recognize, but I can't remember the name of right now. We'll get to it eventually and find out, but not just yet. We got another Untainted Paradise to go get, which we really need like 2 more levels to get this notable finished out. Should be a pretty significant boost to our damage because of the shock chance or the shock size. That's the Chaos Plant one. For us. And Corpse Explosion too.
This'll do nicely.
You there, local, come here.
We could try immune to physical damage. It'll probably have a noticeable effect, but I think we'll still be able to do it. But if we can do it, it's kind of nice to have another free modifier on remnants. Monster hits cannot be evaded is like a huge no-no for me. I think there's no geometrical way we can get both of those at the same time. Do we go for 2 larger flags or do we go for 1 extra chest? I think we go for the 1 extra chest. Oh, I'm sorry, the 2 larger flags.
Let's see what shakes loose.
Alright, hopefully it's not too bad. Oh yeah, our damage is fine. I didn't think it would be too much of a problem, but I was just a little worried.
Bring it on.
Babby's first logbook.
Danig might know.
Crit chance. T3. Interesting. That's something we haven't really seen on that base yet. So we'll definitely want to keep it and recombine with it later. That was actually back-to-back Gwennons. Kind of huge. So we should be able to afford one recombobulation. Oh no, we already could. I just didn't want to do it with the quivers I had, because I wanted to wear the one we slammed. There hasn't been a whole lot of room for activities in these rituals, but thankfully it hasn't been those 10-year-long rituals either, and there's only 3 of them. So it shouldn't take too long to finish them up, and there's the last one. Yo, our top item is a piece of armor with quality on it. It's not exactly a great sign. Good enough. Be honest, I'm not reading any of that over there, so we'll just hide it. I think after we do this map, I'm gonna YOLO into that logbook. We got it. We may as well use it. If I lose XP in there, then I'll just make it back in the Untainted Paradise when we reach it. Might actually be better if we continue going this way. Left one at the very beginning. Hopefully we find a checkpoint over by this one here. Otherwise, the checkpoint at the beginning is kind of useless. Oh, it's an essence of torment. I don't remember what that one does.
Check off the dust and let's fight. Another hunt, another trophy.
I should be looking at emerald rings. If we get really, really good ones, those are probably our ideal. Like if we can cap our res and stuff without the implicits, we'll be in a pretty good spot. Uh-huh. Perfect. I mean, if we could get those 3 mods plus this one crit chance, that would be kind of nice. But I'm not sure that's worth trying to recombinate. It might just be better to try and slam it. At least we won't lose the item if it fails, you know? To the logbook.
The landmarks described in this logbook
Definitely want Broken Circle.
particularly notable in our current maps. The terrain terrain has changed too much over the centuries.
12 additional chest markers. Seems good. Larger explosives too. Means we can blow up more stuff per bomb. More bomb per bomb. Just exactly what we're looking for.
You there, local, come here.
Now ventured, now gained.
Yeah, alright. So this is Olroth here, first of all. I don't think he even can be. I think you have to be like tier 13 plus to do that. There is one underground area there. Don't necessarily have to go there first. It's only scary if we get hit.
Never against treasure.
Do we give him another 100%? Probably not. I guess there's a weapon box in there, not that I can tell at all. I don't really like the armor break thing, but I do want more artifacts. More recombination, please. Would be an almost totally empty bomb. But then we would get 2 more expedition chests. Is that skill gems? Kind of looks like it. Yeah, we can actually end on the underground area and the currency chest. That worked out perfect. Hopefully we survive.
This ought to stir things up. The odds are on.
What's that? I guess we'll find out later. I don't know if I've ever gotten a single Exalted Orb from a currency chest in Expedition. Owie. Owie. Oh, we got a Regal that time. Huge. Huge.
Now for the reward.
What do you mean now for the reward? This whole thing has been... I've been looting the whole thing. Kind of hoping for some extra relics, if anything. Not relics, artifacts. And we got one. So that gave us in total an extra 13. As well as Gloam Gown.
Well made.
Energy shield, spirit, cold res, 1000% energy shield recharge rate. Your base energy shield recharge delay is 10 seconds. Ah, that sounds unpleasant. I didn't see no signs of Olroth.
A place to put my feet up.
$15 to crit bonus. So what we could do is we could try and recombobulate that crit chance plus that crit bonus. And then that'll have one bow. Hopefully we hit the twin bow, but it doesn't really matter if we don't. And then recombobulate the resulting bow with this one for both the crit bonus and chance, as well as projectile skills and flat fizz, and then pray that you hit like something else useful in the prefixes, because those are actually like more difficult to get. That would be one way to use that, but also the values on these modifiers are so low that I kind of don't care. I don't really want to put in that kind of effort for tier 2 or tier 3 modifiers.
I'll be here, waiting.
I will, however, throw those in there. An even lower crit chance. Huge. Off to Hive, then the Rust Bowl for the 50th time, and then Untainted Paradise for the 2nd time. Honestly, I'd rather run Rust Bowl 50 times over than like Savannah or what's the other one? Hidden Grotto. Pack size is a prefix. I'm okay with that. Let's go. Hive is a nice place. A little creepy crawly, but overall not too bad.
Hives galore. Not for it, but we clear 'em out. You're mine.
Hello? Sapping is the elemental res one that should be doable, especially with this much room for activities. Hopefully they all have this. Oh no. It's better. Now that I think about it, I haven't gotten any extra expedition tablets in all the expeditions I've done. That might be, I think that's my second ritual I've gotten. So we used one earlier, and then I think we did 2 boss tablets in that second tower. Why is everything lightning resistant? Damn. It's an awful lot of charging minions again. I'm suddenly noticing. I think that's more just the ritual monster types than the map monster types. There was a mushroom man. Cool beans, dude. Not a single checkpoint in sight. I wonder if you can start multiple rituals at the same time. I would assume not, but you never really know, do you? There's a... Well, that wisp is gone. Where is it? Oh. Can't believe it survived.
I'll take that.
I wonder if this map got a boss. That has a huge range on the accuracy rating. What the hell? It's like over 100. Never noticed. And somehow we rolled the absolute bottom. Feels bad, man. We need one more ritual before we leave. Ah, hey, there's the one other checkpoint in the entire map. New tablet. Yo, what's up, John B? How's it going? Well, I was dead for a second there. Now we having life on at the moment on Act 2 final boss has too much health. Yeah, that seems to be the general consensus. I had trouble with him both times through like Act 2 and Act 2 Cruel. Several people who've been hanging out here have had similar issues at similar stages. Somehow we just read the post from GGG that they posted a couple hours ago about like what they think is wrong and how they can change it, and they didn't really mention anything about boss health. So I don't know if they think that's what he's supposed to have. I certainly hope they adjust it at some point, but I re-rolled my first character of the league 7 hours in because I was like on my way to him, and I felt there's no way I can even touch this man. And then I changed to, because I started Bleed Ritualist. And then I changed to Elemental Spear. I'm sorry, I was playing Bleed Spear Ritualist. So I changed to Elemental Spear Amazon, because I think Amazon is just a lot stronger than Ritualist without gear. And then that still did. I killed Jamin Ra, but it took like 2 hours of just, maybe not 2 hours, but like close to an hour of just bashing away at him. And trying to make my flasks last long enough. And then right after that I changed to bows. Spears are just not it. Act 1 final boss had a lot of health too, but he was easier to dodge. Yeah, I think the enemies in general felt a little better in Act 1 as well. Can't even get him into second phase at the moment. Gotcha. Yeah, hopefully 2 people will be able to do it. What build are you playing? Or I guess what weapon are you playing with? If that's a better question. By using spear, gotcha. Well, on the plus side, in the next couple days they're going to be adding a new ability to spear that is it's like it's an attack that charges forward to the target, and if they're at a certain percentage of health, it'll automatically kill them and give you a frenzy charge, and that's going to be available early on in the spear list. So whether that's 5 or they try and stuff it in 1 or 3, it's going to be a very convenient way to get frenzy charges without having to parry outside of boss fights. And also it's a very convenient button for finishing off bosses because you can still kill bosses. Reskin killing palm, precisely. But you get frenzy charges instead of power. So at least that'll make some situations feel a little better, hopefully. Oops. Does the mark get anything from leveling up? Not really. I kind of want to make a Rain of Arrows gem just for fun. We'll try it out. Tried out the mount thing? I have not. I've been meaning to, but I just don't want to drop Wind Dancer, Herald of Thunder, or Combat Frenzy. And I think the bird is like 60, so I'd have to drop 2 of those. It seems neat, but I also just don't like the idea of risking heavy stun. Like, even though you can move pretty fast and stay attacking, with how much stuff is flying around constantly, thought of getting knocked off that bird and stuck in place for 3 seconds is kind of uncomfortable. What's on that? More tribute. Oh shit, did I spend my stuff? I don't have a omen, so I don't think I did. Cast speed. Mark skills have cast speed. Crossbows, yeah, I don't think we're doing that. Worry about that later. What time is it here? It is 2:30 in the morning. Yeah, I'm a wee bit out of it. And for that, I apologize. 7:30 in the morning there? Gotcha. Slight time difference. Plus, I've been live for 11.5 hours, and yesterday I did another 12 hours, and then the day before that I think I did 15. I don't even know. It's been fun, but it's been a struggle here and there. But we'll be taking a break after today for sure. I need sleep. But I got a couple more maps in me, that's for sure. I want to get at least to that Untainted Paradise to see if I can get hopefully a level and a half. Because I need this notable. That'll make my life a whole lot easier. Perks of working from home is watching Twitch. Hell yeah. You'll have to see it. Ain't no company Wi-Fi can keep you from watching Twitch on your own home network. That's for damn sure. Give me a prefix, you motherfucker. Oh well, enfeeble works. Kinda want to also respec my points again because this didn't feel like it was that exciting. We may go back to the skill speed against rares and bosses. It also didn't feel that crazy, but I don't have a leech to take Mystic Harvest yet. Got a switcher for your keyboard and mouse so you can just switch between main PC and work laptop? Oh, hell yeah. Those switches are handy. Super convenient rather than having to have multiple. I know some people who do have multiple, like mice and keyboard setups. I don't know how they do it. Fuck, I forgot to go spend my stuff. Well, we did ritual for the fun of it, I guess. Hopefully there was no invitation to the king, but I don't think that can drop at low levels. No, you've gotten better at PoE though, because you did your first ascendancy trial the first try. Last time it took you so many attempts. For real. I assume it was the trial of the Sekima. The one where you gotta dodge around all the shit. That one in particular feels a lot more like you can kind of get by with more knowledge and skill. More knowledge and skill. Ultimatum is just your trial chaos is just pure RNG a lot of the time. Stupid honor system, right? Don't they know there's no honor among thieves? What the hell? I forgot to put gems in that rain of arrows and put it on my bar. I'm gonna do that real quick. This isn't even a fizz damage build, but I only have like 4 nodes that are spent on lightning stuff specifically. So it's probably all going to work relatively well. First of all, we can do that because I have too many. More chance to critically hit? I don't know if that matters too much. Brutality. I have some elemental damage flat from my bow, I think. Go for it, whatever. Heck it, give me heft too while we're at it. I think AoE is actually kind of bad with Rain of Arrows because it's the same amount of arrows. They just fall at a wider area. Honestly, concentrated effect would probably be good, but we don't. Like, we already have concentrated effect on Lightning Rod, and I don't want to do that. So, how are you liking the update with all the... Aside from the being stuck on Act 2 Final Boss? I'm kind of tempted to put the cooldown on it for 40% more damage. Because we're only planning on using it for generating charge, or like when we have charges. Because even having one frenzy charge from Rain of Arrows is like quadruple the arrows or something like that. No, 150% more, so it puts us from 37 to 18 plus 37 is 55. It's like 92. Personally, I'm liking it so far. You like the parry system. Hell yeah. When it works, it feels pretty cool. It's just a lot of the times I was pretty frustrated by trying to parry one enemy and then not get knocked into a heavy stun while I'm surrounded. And then also hit the one enemy that I did parry with like disengage or whatever. So that we can get the frenzy charge to actually do the damage, you know. That was probably my biggest gripe with it. And they said they're working on making parry feel better with groups of enemies as well, so it may work out. It may work out. Hourglass? Yeah, we'll do that. Sometimes you try to bounce off of enemies and it doesn't hit them. Right. So you haven't been heavy stunned in a while. Oh, really? It's that effective? I guess I did skip past that one. Like this wheel right here. Or is there more? Evasion while parrying. Yeah, that'll help. Stun threshold. Gotcha. They did say they think people may get to the point where they can just parry forever, which would be pretty impressive. But definitely not something I got up to. At least just something you can't parry at all, right? I think that was one of the things they said they were working on. Ooh. We got a mercenary, a rogue exile. You stopped drinking the flask, it's cheating. Motherfucker. Yo, 5% move speed, that's a thing. This man, he did drop it, it's just hidden. Why is a gold ring hidden on my loot filter all of a sudden? Maybe because it's corrupted so you can't actually do anything to it? That might work. That might track. I guess we'll delete that later. Alright, we got a frenzy charge. I need something to use it on. Yeet. I don't even see it doing anything. Found one of them unique strong vices the other day. Which one was it? I found 2 of them so far. I thought they were both pretty cool, but one of them was definitely more difficult than the other one. One that keeps reviving the same enemy? I have not seen that one. That does sound like a pain in the ass. I found one. It's you know the giant bug in Act 3, no, Act 2, in that big underground city. It is a strong box that is that bug. Each time he revives, he gets more passive buffs, and it dropped a single magic chest piece. Bruh, ain't that some shit? I mean, I guess it's a nice little pile of extra damage. Not a whole lot, though. Yeah, that's definitely the worst. But that's also kind of the classic PoE experience, isn't it? But yeah, one of the ones I found was the bug from the underground city in Act 2. And when you touched it, it woke up and started fucking running, like sprinting away. And like zapping lightning everywhere. So you had to kind of stay away from it. And it ended up getting stuck in a corner. That was the only way I caught up to it. It kind of got stuck in like a little U shape, and it just kind of kept bouncing back and forth in there like a Roomba that couldn't figure out how to turn around. So that was pretty funny, but it dropped like 3 jewels and like maybe a little bit of currency or something. And then the other one was it was a box that wanted me to pay money, and it said it was openable 5 times, and every time that I opened it, it got like 10 times more expensive or so, 9 to 10 times more expensive. And so it started at like 200 gold, then went to like 2,000, then 200,000 or 20,000, then 200,000, and then like 2 million. But I didn't have 2 million gold, so I only got as far as the 200,000. But the last one, I didn't really get shit for the first few, but the last one gave me 10x, which was kind of nice. If I had the 2 million, I would have clicked it in a heartbeat. So in general, the build is fine for mapping and bossing. Yes, it could have a little bit better clear. Sometimes I wish I had like a wider range ability to deal with all these little dudes, but it does well enough while clearing, and it's really quite good for bosses, I'd say. One of the things you could do to make clear better, though, is reusing concentrated effect, because it's a pretty huge damage multiplier at the cost of AoE. But it also concentrates the lightning rods, so like keeps them skinnier. So when we're fighting single target, they all zap the monster more effectively. But that's kind of why our clear sucks, because if we take that out, then it kind of looks like that. And we could use like magnified effect, which would make it even more, but it's the same amount of arrows spread out over a greater distance, so it's like kind of questionable for a single target. I don't know how we would do against rares with that. Oh yeah, no problem. For now, I just suffer with concentrated effect because the damage is nice. Mana regen and consumption is manageable. Yes, it kills fast enough to where you can pretty much rely on flasks, but also. If you're looking at the build I put in the description, I think I took Stalking Panther and like Penetrate for the last 2. I'll probably end up changing that to Mystic Harvest and then trying to get damage leached as mana onto my bow. Or my gloves or something. Gloves would work too. that would take us from having to use our mana flask once in a while we're like bursting stuff down to probably not having to worry about that at all. But like since I've hit endgame, I've had to use my mana flask, but I've never run out of flask charges to kill a boss. Especially with the weakness reveal, we kind of chunk through those sections and it makes things a lot better. Yo, number of rare monsters, actually huge. I'm not gonna bother putting a suffix on there. Because we're not exactly worried about waystone sustain, which I'm quite happy about.
Until next time.
At least not right now. But we are gonna go do Untainted Paradise, and I think it's gonna be our last map for today. But we have to see if I'm gonna get level 77. If I can finish 75, if I can reach 76 and then go all the way to 77 in this one map, we'll be able to get Frazzled, which is like 30% shock effect, as well as the passive, the small passive before that, which is another 15. So we get 45% more shock effect if we get 2 levels, which is kind of huge, believe it or not. We should, I'm like reasonably confident we'll get 76. It's Untainted Paradise for crying out loud. We got 349% XP gain. If we don't level up once here, I'll probably uninstall the video game. Just killing like a pack and a half was 200 million XP per hour. Each of these mobs are worth like 4 mobs of XP, so we're gonna clear as much as we can. Was it hard leveling? I leveled as Gas Arrow. Well, okay. I did Acts 1 and 2 with Elemental Spear, and that was difficult. But then the moment I swapped to Gas Arrow at the start of Act 3, with just like Gas Arrow, the lower version of the same bow, was like the 2-string bow, I think. Gas Arrow and a low-level Flame Wall, that was enough to just carry. Yeah. So I can't say what it's like in Acts 1 and 2, but from Act 3 onwards, it was very smooth. And then when I got to Endgame, I changed to Lightning Arrow. Yeah. This build this character's been all over the place. But somehow, thankfully, I haven't had to change my tree too much because it's pretty generic. It's like damage accuracy rating, evasion rating, movement speed. And then now we're taking like our first nodes of lightning specific stuff. Oh yeah, we have elemental specific stuff there. I could probably take surging currents, maybe. I don't know if I need that much because I have this down here. 6, 12, 18, 33, 45 pens seems like kind of a lot, but like maybe that's where we need to be for later endgame. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it looks, it feels pretty solid as well. I'm just really interested in getting a bow that has like probably at least 500 or 600 accuracy rating on it, so we can take penetrate on the ascendancy. I think if you don't have like at least a good chunk of accuracy, it's probably not worth taking. But if you have a bunch, it's probably really good. I would just hope the flat physical damage gets added to your damage before like damage conversions. So like, I would hope our damage with lightning arrow gets converted all the way and not leave that extra as visible. That would be the question. At what point in the calculation does that get added? I saw other like lightning arrow deadeye builds in the past also included like cast on shock ball lightning to get more burst on like the lightning rods, but I haven't really felt the need to do that. Hello, that's a body block and a half right there. Another one. But if you have a bunch of lightning rods down and then ball lightning goes over them, it's just gonna like cause insane amounts of hits and presumably it's insane amounts of damage. Don't look at all your skills today and redo support gems. Oh yeah. Yeah, I feel like they added 100 plus support gems, and I feel like I've looked at like 3 of the new ones. The one that adds armor, the one that adds evasion while you're using attacks, and the one that makes you that only gives you the damage bonus if you're attacking in the correct direction. That changes every couple seconds, which I think is kind of wonky, but whatever. I feel like they reduced the drop rate of support gems in general, though. Right. Part of me wants to say it could be because monsters take so much longer to kill that we feel like we're getting less because we're killing less monsters in the same amount of time, but part of me also does think they actually tweak the drops. Kind of like I do feel like they reduce the amount of XP you get per monster in the campaign. Like, mentally, I know less monsters killed in the same time means less XP. Means I feel like I'm gaining less XP. But I really felt like I was killing a lot of monsters still through the campaign. And I was 3 levels behind the whole time. Because I had to kill everything on the way, like on my path. Otherwise it'd just kill me back. I already had issues with monsters in general, just bosses. Gotcha. Yeah, some people have said they're also having a really easy time with some spear stuff. I guess I was just using the wrong stuff when I was doing it. But whatever I tried, I could not figure it out. Bosses. I mean, if there's any boss that should be difficult, I guess it should be that one, but it still doesn't really feel good to be whacking away at him for, you know, 10 minutes. Especially after we did him, like, I know I was able to clear him on most of my builds within like a couple minutes. Even on like the questionable builds I put together sometimes. So I think our Rain of Arrows science experiment didn't really go very well, unfortunately. I'm probably not even going to bother pushing the button, so I'll probably take it out. Gotta make sure I didn't leave anything over here. We leave no XP chunks behind here.